Hello guys, welcome to another video tutorial by No Code Africa. In this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you how to build an e-commerce mobile application without writing codes using FlutterFlow. So we already had the very first part of this same course, but it was purely the front-end part. And this particular side, we will be focusing on the back-end development of this application. So let's jump right into it and get it started. Okay, so let's say you've also been able to replicate what I have done by checking the very first part of this course, right? Let's say you have completed all the screens here just like I did. We can just go ahead and take a look at the screens that are available for this project. So these are the screens. I can just quickly minimize, and we can use these arrows, these arrows to just move from one screen to the other. And before we even proceed, if at all you want to share the front end of this project, like let's say you've done yours and you want to share the front end of your application with somebody else, you can just go ahead and click on share here. When you click on it, it makes the project public, and then you can copy the public link and share it with anybody. The person can now go ahead and also see all these designs like this. Okay, so this is one of the ways you can share your project with anybody else. So I will just click here to make it private because I'm not going to be sharing it anywhere else. So the next thing that we need to do, I just wanted us to walk through what had been designed already. So here in this part, we are going to be focusing on the backend, not the front end. We had already worked on the front end. So now this is our application in FlutterFlow, all right? And what you have to do first, the very first thing you need to do when you want to start your backend is to connect your FlutterFlow project to a Firebase project. Now, for you to connect your FlutterFlow project to a Firebase project, it simply means that you need to have a Firebase project, right? And what is Firebase? So Firebase is the part of this application, right, that will be handling authentication and storage and a couple of other things, right? So but for this particular class, we're going to just be focusing on authentication and storage. Okay, so every single thing the user will be doing, when the user comes to create an account, for instance, puts in their details here, first name, last name, email address, and password, and clicks to continue, it is going to go into Firebase to save it there. All right, the password will be encrypted, of course, but every other detail will just be passed into the Firebase platform. And then when the user wants to go ahead and sign in, it will now use the information that was previously stored in Firebase to authenticate the user into the application. Okay, so now that we have gotten away from that, where can we find Firebase? So you can just go to firebase.google.com. all right, you can just go to firebase.google.com. Let me just go back to how it was. So you will see here firebase.google.com like this. I believe that you already signed into your Gmail account, and so you need to have signed into your Gmail account, and then you will have access to these. The next thing you need to do is just click on go to console, and when you click go to console, it will take you here. And if you've not had any Firebase projects, like for this particular email account, I don't have any Firebase projects, so I can just click get started with a Firebase project. I will click here and then give my project a name. Well, the project is already called Plot, and I will go ahead and click to accept the Firebase terms, and I will also confirm that I will use Firebase exclusively for purposes relating to my trade, business, craft, or profession. This is very important. Then I will click on continue, and this is for Google Analytics. We won't be using it in this project, so we'll turn it off, and we will click create project. We'll wait for a couple of seconds, and then our Firebase project would have been created. Now, after the Firebase project has been created, how do we use it? How do we connect the two of them, the Firebase project and the FlutterFlow project? This is our FlutterFlow project. How we're going to connect it is by coming here to settings, and then here in settings you will see Firebase. And so here You would have also used this particular part in your FlutterFlow dashboard to create the Firebase project, but we didn't want to go through that route. Now we are going through the route where we go to Firebase itself and then create the project. So when you open the Firebase project, for you to connect it, all right, you need to put the Firebase project ID, and then from there you can connect them. So let's go ahead and click to continue. It's going to take us to our Firebase dashboard. This is our Firebase dashboard for our product, and we are currently in the Spark plan. If you click on it, you will see that you can actually switch from Spark to Blaze. All right, Blaze is has a lot of features that we will need at some point, okay, especially when we want to connect the payment gateway, because it requires cloud function, so we'll need to use Blaze plan. When we get there, we'll cross the bridge. Okay, so I'll close this, and the first thing we need to do is click on this to go to project settings, and here you can just copy the project ID. This is the project ID that you need to put back here in FlutterFlow, and then click on connect. Now we're going to run into an error. Okay, it says here project ID must be alphanumeric and hyphen. So I think the reason is because there was a space here at the beginning, so I'm just going to click to remove it. All right, then I can click to connect. It will give me another error. FlutterFlow does not have access to this Firebase account. Please add Firebase at flutterflow.io as an editor to this project. Now that simply means that we need to give permission to Firebase so that they can manipulate what we have in FlutterFlow. So here we're going to go ahead and click on users and permissions, and I'm going to click here to add a member, and I'm going to say Firebase. All right, so Firebase at flutterflow.io. Then I will click here and say editor. All right, then I'll click on done, and I'll click on add member. Now when I do this, I have successfully added Firebase at flutterflow.io on this as one of the admins, administrators, okay, of my project. And then since I'm connecting it to FlutterFlow, it can now manipulate what is happening here. I can now click on connect, and it tell me success. Now after I'm done with that, the next thing I need to do is click to generate configuration files. The configuration files are basically small tiny bits of files that your application needs to work. So I'm going to go ahead and click on generate files, okay, and I'll wait for a couple of seconds, and then it will generate the configuration files for me to use in my project. Okay, so we're waiting for this to finish up. Then from there we can go ahead and continue building our app. I'm going to close this previous menu. It's going to come up very soon, and then we can deploy and start. All right, I hope you're enjoying this particular course so far. Please, if you're enjoying it so much like I am enjoying teaching it, just click on the subscribe button and subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also share it with your friends who want to learn how to build apps without coding, and then also like this video as well. Thank you. Okay, so we have gotten these. The next thing we need to do is it says here Firebase storage not deployed. We will need to do all of these at once so that we will not have errors that we find it difficult to debug. So let's come back here to Firebase, and you click on build, and we need to connect. The first thing we should do is authentication. So I'll click on authentication. I want to add the way users will be able to authenticate into our application. So we have get started. I'm clicking get started, and it will show me all of this. That means our users can get authenticated using all of these means. Okay, so we want to use email and password for now. I'll click to turn it on, and I'll click to save. Now that I've gotten that, the next thing I need to do is click on build again and click on Firestore database. Now it's going to load up. Then I need to just go ahead and then create the Firestore database. All right. So now I'm going to just go ahead and click on create database. It picks a location here. I can leave it like that, or I can change it. Okay. Then I will click on next. It will ask me to set the security rules basically. for my project. I can say start in production mode, or I can say start in test mode. I choose to say start in production mode. Create. Then from there I clicked on create. Now with these, I will have my Firestore database ready. The next thing I need to do, which is the final thing for the setup on Firebase, is to turn on my storage. Okay. Then after that, we will start focusing on just the FlutterFlow dashboard. Let's click on build and scroll down till we find storage. We click it. We are going to also, get started with it. I'll click on that, start in production mode as well. Next, and done. Wait for a while, and then this will be completed. So when that is done, we will successfully just click on this and say, it says, are you sure you want to deploy these storage rules? Now, if at all you tried doing this before you did all of what we did in Firebase, it will give you errors. So you need to do what we did here first before you come here to click on deploy, and then click on yes. It will load for a while and it will tell us success. All right, so yeah, it's deployed because what we were doing here is also deployed successfully. All right, now that we are done with this, okay, the next thing we need to do is we will come back to our project. And let me see, Firebase. Okay, there's something I didn't do. So here, you're going to click on this Firebase wizard setup. Just click on it. When you click on it, it will show you some other things. So here are the basic stuff. These have already been checked. So just click on next step, and then it'll bring you here. So you have to click to allow the users to log into your application. So what I need to do here is I'm going to just go ahead and click to enable authentication. I'll click to create, I'll turn this on. That means it should automatically add a users collection to Firestore for logged in users. That means it's creating a table for me. Now, the next thing that I need to do is I'll click on start building. And if I come here, this is where we have Firestore. If I come here, I'll see my users collection already created for me. Other collections, you need to create them yourself. Okay. Then we have some errors here. So it's telling me that the project has authentication, but entry page is not specified. Project has authentication, but logged in page is not specified. Now, this is how we're going to fix this. If you come over here, all right, if you come over here on the, let's say the pages, right, we have the one called splash screen. In fact, let's come here to the main screen. So we have the one here called splash. After this is the sign in screen. So you can click it to sign in. And then well, automatically just brings you here and all of that. So what we can do here is going to be quite simple. We need to, what I would normally do is instead of separating these two parts, I would just bring the two of them into the same screen. All right. Yeah, I would just like bring the two of them into the same screen. You put here, click on continue, and then here password. Well, we can always use it the way it was. I think we can use it like that. But that means I will show you how to do some semi-complex things. All right. So this is the first part. This was create account. Sign. Okay, this is sign in. This is create account. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to come to splash screen. Where is it? We're going to look for our screen, the one called splash. I think we called it splash. We can search for, okay, this is it, splash screen. So now the way it's going to work is that when the user opens the application, it's going to take the user here first, and then there's going to be like a delay of maybe 3 seconds, and then the user will now be taken to the page where they need to, create an account. So we can bring them here first. In fact, let's bring them here first to sign in. And then we will now show them all of these other things. So let's go ahead and do that. For us to create a scenario where the user will be delayed for like 3 seconds here before they are taken to the next page, we have to come here. Let's go to the widget tree and click on the scaffold, this one. And then now we want to start adding actions to it. So we'll click to add an action here. An action is more like just like its name, action, like what do you want to happen when a user comes to this screen, for instance. Let's say if at all we're trying to add it on a button, that simply means what do you want to happen, what do you want to see, all right? What do you want to see in your application? What experience do you want your user to have when they tap on the button, all right? Okay, so the next thing we need to do here is I will go ahead and click to open the action flow editor. Okay, I'm clicking to open the action flow editor, and I will add an action. The action is going to be called wait delay, and we want it to wait for 3 seconds. All right, so 3000 milliseconds is 3 seconds. And then after that, we want to click here to navigate the user to, let's go back here and check where we want to take the user to. So I want to take the user to this screen, sign in. So I think we'll have a screen called sign in. Yes, this one. So let me go back to my splash screen, and I'm going to click to open the action flow editor. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click this to add another action. That means after there is a wait delay action, what should happen next? And so now this is where I now add another action, and it's going to be a navigate to kind of action. This is it. So it's asking me, where do you want the user to navigate to? I want the user to be navigated to sign in. All right. You can add a transition if you want. You can say fade instant. I want it to be instant. All right. And then it's going to take the user to sign in. And now if you come to the storyboard, at first there were no connections. We're supposed to have something here in our storyboard. Reset the positions of all your pages and components in there. Okay. Error. Unable to initialize storyboard. Please ensure you have set the initial page on the app details. Okay, yeah, this is the problem. Now let's go and set this particular the initial pages. So I'm going to click here. This on the arrow is going to bring me here. The initial page is the entry page. So I'm going to click here and say initial page is going to be splash screen. That's fixed now. Then the logged in page is going to be home. All right, this is going to be the logged in page. So now we've fixed those two errors. If we come back here to the storyboard, we can now successfully see the connections. So the storyboard is just supposed to show you the connections. I think that crashed somehow. Okay, so yeah, this is my storyboard. All right, so this after this screen is this screen. So I'm gonna come back to my widget tree. Okay, well, my pages, and I'll go to my sign in screen, and this is where the user types in their email address. And then the next thing the user is going to do after typing in their email address is to click on continue, for instance. And then well, this is just the UI that we have. Normally you're supposed to just type in your email address and password and click on sign in, but here, according to design, after typing in this, you click, it takes you to another screen, then you put your password and click to sign in, right? So let's do it like that. So I'll click on what I need to do is in this text field now, and I'm going to change it to email address. I'm going to say email sign in. All right, sign in. And then here for this one, before we continue, let me add an action to this create one. So if you come to this particular page and you don't have an account, you need to click create one to take you there. So for us to do that, we need to click to add an action, and here I'm adding an action. It's going to still be navigate to kind of action, right? So I'll click on this, and then we go to create account. Okay, then I will just make it instant. Now that we have that, the next thing we need to do is I will just go ahead and let me see what we're going to do. Create an account. That's done. We will settle all of this later on. In fact, we can do it just now at once. So I'll click on these, click on add action, and we will go to, this is for you to sign in with Apple. So I'll go to backend database. I will say Firebase authentication, login. All right. Then the platform is going to be Apple. That's it. Then for this one, in fact, let's click here and copy this action. I'm going to click on this one for Google, and then I'll paste it, and then I will change this to Google. That's all. Then for this one, I will click here and then I'll paste it, and I'll change this to Facebook. All right. Now that we have that, let's just go ahead and then, create what is supposed to happen when the user clicks on email sign-in, like types in a value here. Now, when the user types in a value here, we need to click on continue, right? Now, when we click on continue, the information that is being stored here needs to be saved somewhere. It's not saved into the database yet, the Firebase database. We want it to be saved in something called app state. All right. So app state is like a temporary storage system for your application. All right. It's not going into Firebase. How can you assess that? Let me see. Okay, so it says here, when using Facebook login, you must provide the Facebook app name and app ID and all of that. Okay, so we are not going to go into so much of all of these. So let's just click here and just take this off for now. All right. So the next thing we need to do is we need to create an app state, like a temporary storage space where we can store information. Now we can store that information in something called, let me come here. We can store the information in a page state. We can store it in an app state. I would prefer app state so that it can be available app wide. If it was just page state, the information can be stored just in this page. You will see that eventually. Okay, so I will come here to app state. This is where we have the app values, right? And it says here, set up your elements that you want to keep stored in your local device. I'll click here. I want to call these email sign-in value, just emails. Okay, maybe email sign-in, all right? And it's going to be a string because the email is just like a string of different characters, so it's a string. So I'm gonna say I want it to be persisted. That means if the page refreshes, all right, if the application refreshes, I still want it to be stored in the app, all right, until something changes it. So I will say persisted, and then I'll click on create. Now that I have done that, the next thing I'm gonna do quickly is I'm going to go ahead and add an action to this button that says continue. So I will click here to add an action. The action I'm going to be adding is going to be under state management, and it's going to be update the app state, because I want to put a value inside that app state variable I just created. So I'm going to go ahead and click here to add to select the field. That's the name of the app state. I'll click here, and then this is the only one we have, and it's going to ask me select your update type. So how do you want to do it? I want it to be a set value kind of update type, and it's not asking me what value do you want to put there. I'm going to click here and go to widget state, and I'm going to say whatever is being typed inside this text field, that is going to be the value of what I want to store inside the app state variable. Okay. Now, after I've done this, I want to go ahead and add another action that is going to take the user to another page. So where is that? That's sign in continue. So I'm going to click here to open the action flow editor. I'll click here to add another action and say navigate to sign in continue. Right. So I'm going to look for sign in continue, change this to instant, and that's it. All right, so now I can go to sign in continue. This is sign in continue. Now it needs me to put the password. I will rename the text field here. I'll just come here and say password sign in. Okay, that's it. And then I will click here. I can change this to, you can say continue, you can just say sign in. I can change this to sign in. All right, so sign in. Okay, now that we are here, we're doing a pretty good job actually. So now that we are here, the user is going to click on this to sign in. And how can the user sign in? We're going to add an action here to say add action, and we're going to go to backend database kind of action. We're going to see Firebase authentication because we're using Firebase. And then we will click on login, which is sign in. And I'm going to say we're using email as the authentication provider. And now it's asking us, where is the email field? So Where is it? For some reason, this is not allowing me. Okay, this is not allowing me select somewhere else. Okay, so it's not seeing a text field here, so it doesn't allow me to select anything. But I can click on this to fix it from variable. So I'll click to set it from variable, and I'll click here and I'll go to app state, which is where our variable is, and I pick email sign-in. That's it. Now, when I have authenticated my user, I will be taken into the part that I said that the user should be taken in when they log in, which is home. Now let's go and see how our home looks like. If we come here to our home, this is how our home looks like. The home page looks like. Okay, so now we can just go ahead and then, test our application. So I'm going to click on this to, launch the debug mode of our application so we can test it. So I'm like testing it right now, like running it. After a while, this will be completed, and then we can now go ahead and see it. All right, so while we are waiting for that to run, let's look at what is happening on the storyboard. Now this is the storyboard. I can minimize it a bit so you can see it. Now look at how it's working. The user comes to this particular screen, waits for 3 seconds, and then is being taken to this particular screen. And when they click on continue, it takes the user here. And when they click on sign in, it takes them here. If they click on continue with Apple, it takes the user straight to here. If they click on continue with Google, it takes the user straight to here. And if they click on create account, it takes the user to the page where they can create an account. All right. Meanwhile, we haven't done, created the part where the user can create an account. So let's quickly do that. So if we come to create an account here, right? We want the user to type in their first name here. So let's change this to first name. First name. Then this one, we are renaming the text field to last name. And then here we're renaming these to email create. Let's just call it email create. Then this one is going to be password create. Okay. And then continue. So before we continue fixing this page, let's click on this reset and add an action. So this is going to be for forgot password. I think we have that somewhere here. Yes. So we're going to add an action here, and we're going to say navigate to forgot password. This is it. Change the transition type to instant. That's fine. Now we can actually just copy. Let's copy this quickly. Copy the action and take it to sign in. Let's find sign in because we have something like that. Wait, where did I see that? Okay, no, not here actually. We have it in the second one. Here, password, forgot password. So I click on this, click on add an action and paste it. Fine. Now let's go back to create account and then let's set up these. So what we're going to do is quite easy and simple to do. We're going to click on continue and we will click here to add an action. And then add action, and then we will say backend database, and here is going to be Firebase authentication, create account. Now we can go ahead and click on the authentication provider, which is going to be the email. And then the next thing we need to do is pick our email field. So this is going to be email create. Then the password field is going to be password create. All right, we don't have confirmed password field, so no problems. If you have it, you can just select it. Then for this other one, we have the name, the first name and the last name. And if we come here to Firestore, all right, we'll see here display name. We don't have the field for first name and last name, so we can easily just add it. First underscore name. We just say it's gonna be a string. This is like the data type. This is the variable name, all right, which is also called the field name. Then I'll click on this. Then this is gonna be last name, and it's also gonna be string, and it's gonna be, I'm gonna click there to check it. Now I've added the two fields here. The next thing I need to do is come back here and say add fields. Okay, so I'll add field, not the email. I'll click here and then I'll check first name. It's asking me this field you want to add to the database. Is it going to be a specific value? Do you just want to write it here? I say no. I want to write it. I want it to come from a variable. So I click on this and then click on this, click on widget state, because all of the widgets have like a state, which is the, let's say, the spirit, the soul of the widget. And that's basically where you have the content of what the user had typed inside. So I'm going to click here and say widget state. We're going to say first name. Exactly. So that means whatever the user types in here is what will be saved in this variable, like will become the value in this field called first name in the database. And then for this one, we add another field. It's going to be the second one called last name. And we're going to say from variable, we're going to click here and say last name. Now that way we have successfully done that. When the user has clicked on continue, they will be taken to the page called home by default, because this is the page that they should go to when they've logged into the application. So now let's go ahead and then just reload our test mode. Let's come here and click on instant reload to load the latest backend functionalities that we've added to our application. In fact, if you come back here and come to your storyboard, you see the storyboard has changed too. Now we have some extra complexity leading to this particular screen called home. Now if we come here and just wait for a couple of seconds, we will see the screen of our application, and then we can now just test it. So this particular part is just for you to understand how to handle authentication with Firebase. All right, authentication with Firebase. Now we can always use another kind of storage system called Superbase, but in this particular course we're just dealing with Firebase. So I'm gonna come here. You see, after just about 3 seconds it disappeared, and then now we see this. The reason why we have this black screen, black background, is because of something called the dark mode. If you come here to the theme settings and you come to theme typography, right? No, not this one, colors. If you come to colors, you will see dark mode is turned on. You can turn it off actually, but let's leave it there. We can just click on this to have the light mode, and then we can see our application properly. Okay, so all right, so now we have this well, it's still showing this dark mode, but it's okay. So I can actually just type some things, but it's showing here white. Okay, we can always come back here and change that. Let's come here to where we have the sign in. This is sign in. If you click on the text field and scroll down, you see that the real text is supposed to be black, right? But for some reason, since we are currently in dark mode, it's just that we can turn it off actually. Let's turn it off for now. I'll click on here and come to colors and turn it off. And I'll come here and just do an instant reload. And with an instant reload, I will be able to see the application the way it's supposed to show. Okay. Now, just a few minutes left. We will wrap up the authentication part of the backend. So the next thing, okay, we're just waiting. It's gonna show up soon. Okay, here you go. This is our application. In 3 seconds, it's gonna show the next part. Beautiful. Now this is it. Now we have debug panels here. We'll talk about this eventually. So we have this. So you can type in sign in, for instance. I will just say Mr. David at gmail.com. I'll click on continue. It brings me here, and I will just type in gibberish basically. All right, and I will click to sign in. It will tell me error. The supplied authentication credential is incorrect. Malform or expired, because it can't see this thing in the database. It's not correct. So I can just I can go back, all right, and click on create one, because I don't have an account actually. So I'll click to create an account. Here I'll just say David. Now before we create an account, let's come here and show you how the Firestore database looks like. Now this is our Firestore database. Nothing is here, okay? Nothing is here. But as soon as we create the account that we're about doing, we're gonna have something. So I'm gonna come here and say at gmail.com, and then password, I'll just put in my password. 678. Okay, you can just click this to toggle the password, and then I'll click on continue. Now when it creates the account, it's going to take me to the next page, but for some reason it didn't take me to the next page. But while we have to go ahead and come here and just be sure of what the problem is. So I'm refreshing this to check whether a record has been created in Firebase. No record has been created in Firebase. Now this is going to be as a result of some security rules. Okay, so we're going to have to come here to settings. Sorry, we'll come here to Firestore, then click on this and scroll down. We'll see here that the Firestore rules was not deployed. That's why we can't have access to it. So I'll just click here and say deploy, and say deploy now. And then now it's deployed. I can just click on instant reload. And then after that, I will just start creating an account all over again. And with this time, it's going to, take us to the home page of our application, and we would have completed the authentication aspect of our e-commerce mobile app. Although, okay, we would not have completed because we need to create this one. All right, we need to create this one and then this one. Okay, so I think that will be it. So we have a couple of other things to actually finish up. That's okay. So now we have done this, and why do we have this blank white screen? Okay, so I'm going to try to do an instant reload. Let's see. Okay, it's showing me a white screen. So I don't know why it's showing me a white screen. I think it has taken me to some place that I shouldn't actually be. Okay, what I would do here is, I didn't add a lot of things to our application like logout and all of that. It's showing me blank screen, which is my home page is not actually blank. My home page is not blank. Where is my home page? My home page is not blank. This is how my home page looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click to end the session, and then I will click to create a new session. All right. While we are creating this new session, I'm going to work on the other aspect of the app. So here is the forgot password side of our application. And what we need to do here is quite simple. We are going to go ahead and let me see. We're going to go ahead. Let's go to the forgot password. The user comes here. Let's add an action to this icon that takes the user back. So let's click here to add an action, and it's going to say navigate back. That's okay. So when the user types in something here, they'll click here to send them, to send the user a link for them to reset their password. To send them to their email. Send them a link in their email. So I'm going to click here to rename this. I'll say password. Okay. Sorry, not password. Email. Okay. So I'll click on this, and I will say let's add an action here real quick. It's going to be backend database, Firestore authentication. You see here reset password. So when you click that, it's going to reset the password, but it needs the field for email. So it's going to collect the email value here and sends it a link, sends the user a link for them to click in their email and then reset their password. Okay. So now we have done this. When the user clicks on this, it's supposed to take the user to this page that says we sent you an email to reset your password. So now we can click on this. I don't know what that page, I've forgotten how I called that. Okay, this is password reset, password notification. Let's click to add another action. Okay, and say navigate to reset password. Where is it? Reset password notification. Click this and say instant. That's it. All right, so we will have this reset password notification here. Then you can click to return to login. So let's click this to add an action here. that will navigate the user back to sign in. We call it sign in, so just sign in. We click here and make it instant navigation transition type. Okay, then that's about it. I think the next thing we need to do quickly is to, fix this particular part that says tell us about yourself. So here, let me see. I can't really tell. So let's say you signed in. Okay. Let's say you signed in. No, let's say you've created an account. You need to come here. So let's come back to where we have create account. Let's come here to create account. When the user clicks to create an account, let's click here. We're going to add another action to navigate the user to what did we call it? Let's look for, we're gonna have to look for the name of that screen. About info. Okay, so about info. All right, so let's come back here to create account and click here. We'll send the user to navigate to about info. We change it to instant transition type, and then now we can go to about info. So let's see here. This is the about info, and this is a button. So the user is going to click on this if he is a man, and click on this if it's a woman. So okay, it says here, who do you shop for? So you're shopping for a man or you're shopping for women. Okay, so now normally if you click on this, right, this should be the default button when you load the screen. When you click on this button should take in the color of this one. So this is where we are going to go back to creating something called, let me see, let me see what we can do. If I come over here, all right, this is the scaffold of our application, right? I want to create a page state. Okay, that means I want to create a state, a variable on this page where we can store an information inside. So I'll click on this and add the variable name of the page state. So it's going to be called man, all right, and I'm going to say the type is going to be a boolean because we want it to be true or false. So it's a boolean, and then I will say I'm just going to click to add another field. It's going to be called women. It's going to also be a boolean. Where is it? A boolean. All right. And then I'm going to click on confirm. So these are like the screens that the states that we have, the page states that we have. So I can just click to close them. Now let me see what is here. Lookup page statement is non-nullable but has no default. Okay, so let me come here. Initial value, let's just say initial value for this is true, and then initial value for this is actually false and it's not nullable. All right, so both of them can't really be empty, right, per se. So now let's go ahead and just check that. Okay, we can uncheck this. I think we still have the errors. Lookup page statement is none but has no default value set. Default value. Okay, actually we shouldn't have that error when I say that it is nullable. Let me see, why do we still have the error? Nullable. Okay, initial field value, the initial value for this state variable when the page loads. Okay, and then the error here was main is non-nullable but has no this. So that means it has to have one of these. Either it is nullable, okay, or it has a default value. So okay, so actually this is fine really, but I don't know why we're having this issue. It's not okay. Okay, this is false, right? Okay, why is it still, this is actually still false. This is true, this is false. Okay, so, okay, I have to confirm it. Yes, I have to confirm it. And so I think this is fine now. So we don't have that error anymore. So let's go ahead and then, set this up. We're going to be doing something very complex. It's not super complex. It's not supposed to be for this stage of, your app learning, but let's do it anyways. So here we want to go ahead and manipulate the color of this button based on the action the user does. So when the user clicks on this button, like loads this page, this is going to be automatically the color of this one, and this is going to be the color of this one. But when the user clicks on this color is going to change to this one. All right, so let's go ahead and do that now. So if we go ahead and let's see, let's go ahead and just quickly do that. If the user goes ahead and clicks on okay, by default it's going to show men first, then maybe click on this. Let me copy this color code, and let's say the user clicks on this. We want to add an action. So we want to add an action that is going to say update state management. It's going to be a page state. Updating means store something inside it, like change the value of what is there. All right, so I'm going to say update page state, and it's going to be women. Okay, women is now going to be true. I'm going to set the value as true, and then simultaneously, of course, men, the value of the men boolean here will be set as false, because otherwise we will be having mixed up colors. So when this one, in every scenario, whenever this one is true, this one has to be false. Whenever this one is true, this one has to be false. So that's why we have to have it like this. Now that I have done that, I can just go ahead and click to copy this action and then add it to this particular one and just paste it. So when the user clicks on these, women is going to be false, and while men is going to be true, because this is one that I selected. And then we need to do something else. On page load, I'm going to clicking on the scaffold here. I'm going to add an action. I'm going to paste it. On page load, women is going to be false and men is going to be true. This is just based on the design, okay? All right. Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here to where we have the colors. I'm going to just try to copy this color, and I'm going to add a condition. So this is like a fixed color. It's not coming based on a variable. All right. So now we need to click on this to create a variable for it. So now here is where we're going to do, we're going to add a conditional value. And we will click here and say, go to page state. If the page state for man is true, that's what this means. Then paste this color, okay? But if it is not true, all right, then paste the alternate color. I'm gonna go get the real color. That's the color we have here. In fact, let's come back here to the UI design, so I can just copy this color, this one. I'm copying this color and I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, this is it. So I will just click on confirm. So if men is true, then show this, but if it is false, show this one. Okay, that's what we just did here. I'm gonna click here to copy this. All right, then I will go to this one and click to paste it in the women side. So I'm gonna come here to where we have the button color, fill color. I'm gonna click here and then I'll click on P to paste it, and then I'll click here to go change the value, the type of page state. It's going to be women. All right, so if women is true, okay, this is gonna be the color. If it is false, this is gonna be the color. So I'll confirm. Now we have done this for this, but observe, this one has a white, the text here has white, while this one has black. So we need to do the same thing to it. So if I come over here, this is where we have the color for the women's side. So I'll click on here and say paste. If the let's come here and change this to women. If women's page state is true, all right, the color is going to be white. Okay, it's true. But if it is false, it's going to be black. All right, because as it is right now, it is false, so it's black. The text, I mean. Okay, so I'll click on confirm. Then I can click here and copy this variable. I'll click on the man and click and paste it here. Then from here, I'll change this one to page state for men. And if men is true, it will be white, and or else it's going to be black. Like that, confirm. So now that we have that, we have fixed this particular one. The next one is going to be the age range. So we fixed the age range before. No, we didn't. Let's say this is going to be, let's come here and say age ranges. So we have, okay, so basically it's like 3 to 12. For this app, this is supposed to be for adults, right? So okay, so this is not really the correct age range thing that I would prefer to use. Okay, so we have, let's use this one. So 17 to 30. So let's come here and say 17 to 30. Then 31 to 45. We add another option, 31 to 45. Then this one we say above 45. So we can just say 45 to 64, right? Then here we can say 65 plus. Okay, so we have this now. Now let's come here to Firestore, and then we go to the users collection, and then here I'm going to say gender. I'm going to add another field called gender, and we're going to say it's going to be a string. Okay, so I'm going to say here, I'm going to check this, and then the next thing I'm going to do is age range. I'll say age range, age range. Okay, then I will say here this is going to be like a string, and then I check it. So now we can store it information now. So when the user clicks on this, we want to update the, okay, so this is age range. You click on man and you click on age range. We should have another button that says continue. Okay, see, this is a button, it says finish. So we didn't add it. So I'm going to come over here to sign in and just copy this. Let me just copy the button. I'll go to about info and come here to the column and paste this. Then I'll give it some padding of maybe 60. No, 300. So like this. Then I'm going to come here and remove the action. Let me delete all the action chain here. Okay, so this is going to, this says finish. So let's change this to finish. Okay, now so when the user clicks on this and click on finish, all right, we want the user to be taken to the home page. So I'm going to click to add an action here, and here what I'm going to do next is I'm going to be saying update. I'm going to go to Backend database, Firestore. I'll say update document. So now we had already created a document in the user collection. So in this case, we're just updating it. So I'm going to click on here and I'll go to, it's asking me select the reference that you want to update. So I want to update something. So show me what I'm updating. Whose document am I updating? Because we're going to have a lot of users using this application. So whose document exactly? So I'm going to click here and say it is going to be the authenticated user, the person that just signed into, that creates an account just now. All right. So on this device. So now that's it. And it's going to ask me what fields do you want to update? I want to select the field called gender, and it's asking me the value source. I don't want it to be specific. I want it to be from variable, and I'm going to click here and go to my page state. All right, then Okay, so now this is gonna be a small challenge. Okay, so let's do like this. It's not really big challenge. We're gonna come here to the scaffold. We are going to create another page state called, let's create another page state. All right, it's going to be called gender. So yeah, these are all genders, yes, but we are basically using it to control the colors. But what is the real value of the gender that the user has selected? So I'm going to type here gender. I'm going to say here string. I'm going to say that it is, it shouldn't be nullable actually. Then I'm going to say confirm. Okay, like that. I have this. Okay, so then I can now click on this, and when I click on this is the gender. So now I can click on this now and say page state, then I'll go pick gender. So when the user clicks on this button, let's go add some extra actions to it. This was just to change update the page state, but now we want to store something inside. Okay, so we can just say add field, this one, and we want to set value to what? We're going to call this men. All right. Okay, we called that stuff, well, we call it gender. We should have just specified more. Shopping for who, something like that. So men. Then for this one is going to be, we're going to click here to add an extra action to it. We select this and we say set value. We're going to say women. Okay, like that. So here we can click to finish, and then we've already stored this. The next thing we need to store is going to be another field called age range. So we'll click here and say age range. It's going to be a from variable value, and we will click here and go to widget state, and it's going to be the value of the drop down. Okay, because this is a drop down, we can come here and rename it and say age underscore range. Okay, so like this now we have actually almost finished what we've been working on for the past almost 1 hour. So we will click on here to finish, and then when the user is finished doing this, we want to navigate the user to where? To the home page. So I'm adding another action, navigate the user to where? To home, and we want it to be instant. That's it. So now we have done this. All we just need to do is let me see, let's close this, and let's just run an instant reload, one instant reload, and then we check what we have done. So if at all you've already reached this particular point in the tutorial, just please like this video and subscribe to the YouTube channel if at all you haven't done so already, because here you get to learn how to build mobile and web applications without writing codes using FlutterFlow and other no-code instruments. Okay, so we're waiting for this to show us the application that we've built, of course, and then we can just test through it. So this is it. For some reason I still have this blank screen. Email sign in. I don't know. Let's go back to Firebase. Let me reload this. Okay, there is no user created, and I'm still seeing this white screen. I'm still seeing this white screen for some reason. I don't know why we have this white screen. Or the very first screen we're supposed to see when the user loads up is this splash screen. Then after that, we're supposed to be taken somewhere else. But for some reason, we're seeing this. Now this is going to be the very first error that we're going to have to debug. Authenticated user is logged in. Oh, is user logged in? True. It's showing here that the user is logged in. Okay, that means if we come over here, let's go to authentication, we see that there's a user here. So let me go over here and just delete the account. All right, I deleted that account, and I'm gonna do an instant reload. We shouldn't have a user in the app. Okay, so now we have the application loading for us again, And now we are going to have to create an account. Create one. I'm going to say David Orog, then Mr. David Orog at gmail.com, my password, and I'll click to continue. When I click to continue, it brings me here. So by default, this shows first. If I click this, it switches. You see? It switches. This is the beautiful thing about FlutterFlow. Okay, and then also if you observe here, the gender's value is also changing. That is how to use the debug panel. If I click here, it's now women. If I click here, it's now men. All right, and even this is also changing. You see? And then for the age range, I'm gonna select this. Okay, this is 31 to 35. You see, it also changes here. Then I can now go ahead and click on finish. If I click on finish, it's gonna take me here to the home page. Now for some reason this home page is not showing with its colors. I don't know why. So let's come here to the home page and let me see what's happening to this home page. It has a stack here. I don't know why the home page is actually not showing everything. Okay, I really don't know why it's not showing everything that we have here. It says here it's currently at home, but everything here is like a button. I don't really know why it's not showing. Okay, this is like an error that we're going to have to fix in the second part of our tutorial. So but at least we have moved from moved from where we were before, creating an account and then moving it, because for some reason here we have like a small challenge which we will fix in the next part. You get to learn debugging, of course, which is a fun part of application development. Alright guys, I hope that you enjoyed this particular tutorial. We will see in the next part. See you soon.
Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course. In this part of the course, we're going to continue working on our backend for our e-commerce mobile application. In the previous video, we stopped at a particular point where we had issues, seeing the home page after authenticating our user into the application. All right, and so if at all you also got stuck there, uh, one of the viewers of this course actually gave a comment that was very useful, and that's Victor. And he actually did provide some suggestion which worked, right? So full credit to him for making this suggestion. All right, so the idea is, if at all you got stuck and then when you tried running the application in your FlutterFlow debug mode and it didn't work, what you just need to do is just click on come to where we have the column properties, and originally it would have been here. In fact, let me just go ahead and put it like that and then do an instant reload. I still haven't been able to come up with a technical reason why it doesn't work with this particular kind of main axis size alignment, right? So I don't still know why it doesn't work like that. So but that's like the quick fix to that. If I eventually have an answer to it, I will provide it in the comment section. Yeah, so this is exactly what you get to see here. It's totally white, but if at all you come back here and switch this back to this particular type of alignment, it says here use minimum amount of size on the main axis. This one says use I'm hovering on it, use maximum amount of size on the main axis, expands to fill available space. So I think it's because of how we actually did our our screen. So we use the stack here, and so the column is not the second thing after the scaffold, and so we need to like turn this on, put it like this so that it's going to use the minimum amount of size on the main axis. All right, so away from that, let's continue working on our application. Yeah, so now that I've put it back there, if I go ahead and reload this, we're going to have the application working out optimally for us. All right, so if at all you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed to this channel, just hit on the subscribe button and subscribe to this YouTube channel. You get to learn a whole lot of things. Alright, so we're going to continue building our application, and where we stopped was basically after authentication. So we did make our user get authenticated into the application, and then from there we're going to have to work on these other part. Alright, so let me just minimize this a bit, reduce it. And so this is basically how, this is where we stopped. So we're going to continue from here exactly. All right, so how do we continue from here? First of all, let's look at our UiUx design and see what we have here. All right, so this is our home page, and then we have like this drop down here. It's like main, and then we have an image of the user, right? And then we have these other parts. So we're going to just work on it one by one. So first of all, what I would like us to do is to just provide some sort of padding to push this downwards. Yeah, because it doesn't really look super cool like that. So if I come over here and then click on this column and close it, right? This is the particular row that houses these, upper section of our application. So we can actually get to put some padding. We can say 24. Like to push it down a bit because it's just too much on the top of the screen. Alright, so we can just do that. And so if I go ahead and do an instant reload now, we should see something better. While that is loading, here we have a drop down, and this drop down it has like some functionalities, some options here: men, women, and children. And in as much as we don't have like the exact description of how this is supposed to work here, like we don't have like a prototype here, we're going to be assuming how it really works. Okay, so let's come over here and try to see how to make this work out for us. All right, so yeah, we now have like a reasonable space from the top here. Okay, so we have an overflow here. If I zoom in, you see it says right overflowed by 13 pixels. That's because what we have here is not a carousel, right? And then there's a lot of extra space here. Actually, I think what we should do here is let's make these a carousel. Let's make it scrollable. So I'll click this to open this. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go ahead and just remove the padding here. So I'm removing the padding here. It was 16, right? And then we have 24 here. So I'll just like remove it. And I have forgotten the height of this. So well, it doesn't, there's no specific height, but let's see, the circle here has 56. So I think I should put it in a container that is like maybe 70. All right, so I'm going to click on the row, right click on it, and wrap the widget in a container. The container is going to have a width that is infinite. All right, and then the height is going to be 70. All right, okay, 70 doesn't seem to be a fair deal. Let's make it 80. I think this is okay. And then the next thing we need to do is we can go ahead and just put some padding here. Okay, preferably let's click on this column. You see this column here? Let's give the same padding that we have here, 24. Let's give it 24 here on the right hand side, so everything is like uniform, right? So now we have this, and we have a container here. What we just need to do is let's click on this and right click on it and wrap the widget with list view. All right, because this is what we're going to be using to make it a carousel. So now that we have done that, we need to click over here and change it to horizontal. That way we can like scroll through. All right, so if at all we have other things that we want to add here, we will be able to like scroll through them. Okay, so now we are good. If I come over here and just like reload it, I think the debug session is about ending, so we might have to like end the session. That's end this debug session and just run a new one. Okay, so but anyways, it shows here that session has ended. Let's click to run a new one. And we've fixed one particular error, and then we've created another one. There's an error here, overflow bottom. So that simply means that the height here that we're using for this our container is not sufficient. So what we can do is just add a 5 to this, make it 85, or preferably just make it 90. Let me click on it and let me click on the container, and let's make this, let's close this. Let's go back to these, click back on the container, and then let's make these a 90. Yeah, so all right, I think this will work. We're gonna wait for these to load up so we can actually see how it works. All right, so far this is how it looked like, right? We can just like scroll through. This is our cart, so let's leave it like that. And then this is a top selling, see all, and all of that. So right now these things are not coming from the database, they are all just coming from the front end design that we created. So let's try to see how we can begin to connect some things to the back end and make sure that these things are coming from the back end. But before that, all right, we have before we start doing that, if you observe, we have some bottom navigations here. We have some bottom navigations, and this is going to be like a bit tedious for us. That's if at all we're using the exact icons here. So I would like to use exact icons, but having them in the exact colors might be a challenge for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a different icon. All right, I'm going to use different icons for this particular navigation bar. Yeah, so let's see, this is almost loading up. I'm going to close this particular one. Let's try to put a navigation bar here. How do we create a navigation bar for a system like ours? How we can do that is, right now we already have a column here and we have this for the upper part. What we just need to do is click on the stack, all right, and then we're going to go ahead and click on these, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a, let's preferably create a container, right? Make the width of the container infinite. Then if we come back here, we will see something. So the height here is like 100, the width is infinite, so we can come here and it's already 100 here, and we can click this to say we want it to be at the bottom of the page. So I push it down here, so this is it. All right, so the next thing I need to do is click on this and add a row to that container, and then the next thing I need to do is add icons. So I'm going to add icon here. So this is one icon. This is going to be for our home. So I'm going to click this and then look for the home icon. So I'm going to use anything fancy that I can find here. So let me see something simple, and let's go to font awesome. All right, so we see this one. I can go with this one actually. So what do you think, guys? Okay, so I'll go with this one. And the next thing that I'm gonna do is look at the padding. So I have a padding of 25 here on the left hand side, so I'm gonna add a padding of 25. Okay, add a padding of 25 there. I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate this, and here it's gonna give me some sort of 60 point something, but it doesn't necessarily need to be like that. So what I just need to do is let me come back here. This is going to be what? This is a notification. So I'm going to click here and search for notification. So what do I choose? Let's go to font awesome. No, notification. I think I'll choose any of these bells. Let's see, does it have any plus icon? Nothing. So I'll pick any of them. I can pick this one. This is like to add rounded. This is like add. So I think I can even pick this one. I prefer this one. And then I don't need to add these padding on the left. Okay, then let me just duplicate again. Command D to duplicate. And now I have this. This is like I don't know, what is this? This is notification, and let me see what this is. This is orders, right? So this is orders. So we can come over here and search for orders, whether we can see anything like that. Okay. let's say cart. Well, this is gonna be for carts. It's not gonna work out for us. Purchase. Okay. Okay, we're not really seeing something tangible, so I don't know. What should we use here? Okay, so we can say receipt. Receipt. It looks like receipt. Yeah. So we can use this exactly. Oh no. Okay, let me just drag this and put it here. Alright, so I'm gonna duplicate this again, and this is going to be for profile. Alright, so I'm gonna click here and change it to profile, and here I pick this particular icon. Okay, so here for this one I'm going to give it a padding of 25 on the right hand side, because I want to spread them across now. So if I click on this and click this particular one until, like I'm saying, the alignment should be spaced evenly like this. This is how it's going to look like. Okay, so now that we have done this, the next thing we have to do is make it such that we have to make some conditions, right? Let's make some conditions. The conditions we're gonna make. Okay, so before we even continue, this is the main container, right? We're going to right click on this and change this container to a component, because we want to be able to put it on all the pages in our application. All right, it's gonna be like repeated. We don't want to be copying it and pick and carrying it all through. We just want it to be a component. We can just, bring it into a particular screen that is supposed to have a navigation. All right, so here I'm going to click to convert to component, and I'll call it bottom navigation. Bottom, maybe underscore navigation. Okay, so that's it. Now this is how it looks like as a component. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead, and this is going to be home, notification, orders, and profile. I'm going to have to create an app state, because we're going to be changing the colors of these icons based on the screen that they are on. So for instance, this one here, we have it's currently on notifications page, you see, and so it's currently carrying the light blue. I think this is like, is it purple? I'm not really sure, but I think I think it's purple. I'm not very good with colors. So it's gonna have these bluish or purple color. And if you observe, this one is like the others, so it's currently on the others page. So whenever the user clicks on it to bring the user here, I need to show this color while the rest are this color. Okay, so how do we do that? We can only do that by using app state variables. That means whenever a user clicks on this, we're going to change that app state variable as true or false. All right, depending on what they click. Right, so if the user clicks on this, it's going to make this one true, the app state variable for this one true, and the rest false. So that means this is going to have a color, the blue color, while the rest will have gray color. So this is where you click to change, to create the app state variables. Here where we have the app values, I'm going to click here to create the app state variable. Here this one is going to be called home, and the variable type is going to be boolean. It's going to be true or false, and it's not going to be a list, or it's not going to be persisted. I'll click on create. I'm going to create another one. It's going to be called notifications. Notifications. It's going to be a boolean again, and I'm going to create it. Then I'm going to create another one. This is going to be called orders, and it's going to be a boolean, and I'm going to create it. Then this one is going to be called profile, and I'm going to I'm going to make it a boolean, and then I'm going to create it. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do now is when the user clicks on this, alright, I'm going to go ahead and add an action to it. Alright, so don't forget, this is the backend side, so we're basically doing backend related stuff. So when the user clicks on this, I'm going to go ahead and create an action for it. So on tap is going to be an on tap action, and I'm going to add the action. It's going to be a state management kind of action, and it's going to be updating app state. I will click here to choose the app state I want to update. So I want to update home. Whenever the user clicks on that, I want to update the app state variable called home. I want to set the value as true, okay? And then simultaneously, I will be setting the remaining values as false. So whenever home is true, the rest will be false. That's like the idea. That's the logic behind it. So I'm selecting all of them and then making the other ones false while home is true. Okay. And another thing that now that I've done this, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this action. Okay, all of this, and I'm gonna click on this one, click on add action, and now I'll paste it. But I'm gonna change it here. When the user clicks on this notification part, it's only the notification that is supposed to be true. So I'm gonna turn this as false, while notifications will be true and the rest are gonna be false. I'll come here to the others page. I'll click on this and click paste. Then of course this is gonna be turned as false. It's only the others that will be made to be true. Okay, then I'll come here to the one that is called profile. I'll click here and click to paste the action, and the home is going to be false. Everything else is going to be false except the profile, which is going to be true because that's what is being clicked. Alright, so now that we have done this, how do we use it? Now we are going to go ahead and click this to click this, come back to properties, and then here is where we're going to play with it. So I'm going to first of all come to where we have the icon, and let me click on it again. Alright, so this is the color. I'm going to click this to disengage it so that I can see the real color and copy it. And I'm going to come back here. When the user clicks on this, right, when the user clicks on this, automatically, yeah, the app state variable is being turned to true. So we're going to use that value of the variable to change the color of this icon. So we're going to click here, all right, and then we will say we will come here to conditional value, and so we will now create an if and else statement. So if we're going to click here, and then we're going to click set condition, single condition, all right, and then we will click the first value, and then we'll go to app state and look for home. If the home is equals to true, all right, and then I'll click on confirm. If home is equals to true, then fix this color. Otherwise, I'm going to click on this one, click on this and copy this color. This is going to be 50% of whatever color this is. So I'm going to paste this color here, and I'm going to come over here and then kill it to 50%. All right, so that's it. Then we can actually be copying this. So if home the app state variable home is equal to true, then put up this color. Otherwise, please put up this. That's like the idea. I'll click on confirm. All right, so now that's like the idea now. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on this and just come here and copy this variable, and I'll click here and I'll just do the same thing here. I'll just click here and paste it. Then I'll change the value here. This is not home, this is for notifications. So I'll click here, click here, click here, and change this app states to notification, confirm, confirm, and that's it. And I'll go confirm. Then I'll click here, do the same thing for the others, click here and paste it. All right, then I'll click on first value, change this home to others, and confirm and confirm. And then this one, I'm gonna click this, go back to properties, click here and paste it, come here, open it, and then we will come over to profile, and everything is good now. All right, so we have set up all of this, and if we come back to where we have the home page, let me see, let's try to connect everything now. So here we have the home page. Okay, so this is automatically here already. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go ahead and just let me see, let's come back to that home page. For some reason something is happening that I can't select every other thing. Okay, this is not really good. Yeah, it's not super good. If we come back here It's not very good. It's not supposed to be like this because I can't select anything else here. Let me click here to go to the component. If I click here, let me see if I can manipulate it. For some reason I can't manipulate it either. Okay, so here I can manipulate it. Let me see here. Nothing is being allowed here. So if I come back to pages and come back to home, where do we have home? We have home here. It's still not allowing me. Okay, so I think we will have to fix this at the end, but let me just show you how it works first. So here we have it for this screen. All right, if we go ahead and let me see, we have let's just connect it at once from here. Let me click to connect it here. So when the user clicks on this screen, we want the user to all of this to happen, and then we also want the user to be taken to the home screen. Navigate the user to home. Okay, and it's gonna be instant. All right, that's it. Then for this one, when the user clicks on it, we want it to navigate the user to notifications, details, notification splash, this one, instant. Okay, then let's see here, this is going to be navigate the user to let's see, navigate the user to order splash, like this, and we're going to say instant. All right, then this one is going to be navigate the user to profile, or is it view profile? Where do we have profile? Okay, so for some reason we don't have profile. Okay, let's see here on the design. So this is going to be for some reason I can't find the profile part. Okay, this is it. What did I call it? Settings. Okay, so we will just navigate the user to settings here. Okay, so we make it instant. All right, so if we have it like that, let me see, let's just experiment on it. Yeah, let me do an instant reload here so we can see that it's working. After that, I'm gonna remove that for now while we work up on the page, and then we will fix them back when we are testing the application. Okay, I really hope that you're following, and remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Okay, so we don't have that error we had before here because we had increased the height of the container that houses all of these by 290, and so we're good with that. And then here we have the bottom navigations. So if you see here, if I click on it, it turns into this color. We have to make it such that you don't necessarily need to click it. So if I click on this now, it brings us here, right? I can see the other ones because this screen does not have the navigation. So I think we can just add all of them, add it at once. If I come here to I don't really want us to do that yet, right? So I can just click here to go back, and then if I click this, it brings us here, right? And well, it still shows this here because that has been true. Okay, so then we have this particular profile screen. Yeah, we're going to try to fix all of this with time. So yeah, now that's exactly how to set up all of that. I can just in fact, okay, let's do it at once. So we have let's go to settings, let's go to notifications first. Where do we have that? So we have notification splash, this one. And so we have this. If you come here, you see that that's where we have the where is it? Yeah, so we have it here. This is it. And so we can just put it here. We come here to the widget tree, and this is a column, right? We will just go ahead and you know it's best that we if we go ahead and just add these, like I click to add a child to the widget, and we come here to search for the component, and then I'm looking for the component that is called bottom navigation, and then I put it up like this. If I click here to tell it to go down, it's not going to go down, right? So I'm like trying to say it has to stick to the ground here, to the floor here. The bottom of the page doesn't want to go down, so this is not the way to do it. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to right click on this column and wrap the widget with a stack. All right, then I'll click on the stack and click on the component, and I will say bottom navigation, and then now it stays here. Okay. All right, so this is how to do it. And okay, so that's actually how it is done. If we come over here and look for orders, orders, where is it? Okay, let's go to settings first, and then come here, click on this, right click on it, wrap the widget with a stack, and then we click on the stack, come on the component section, and add this. There you go, that works. Then the next thing we need to just do is we can go back to orders. Where do we have order splash? Okay, this is it. So we can come here and click on this, click on the column, close it, right click on it, wrap the widget in a stack, click on this, click on the component, and then bottom navigation. So if I come back here now, if I come back here, okay, so let's see, let's push this back up. So if I come here now and then just do an instant reload, and I will just look at how it looks like right now, then from there we can continue building. Okay, so I hope you're enjoying this and that you're learning a whole lot. So this is it. Now this is how it looks like. If I click this, we see like a couple of drop down here, and this is not coming from the backend, nothing. This is just everything just not coming from the backend yet. So here I click on this, well, don't worry, we'll work on that. Then here brings us here, and then here brings us here, and then here brings us here, you see. So this is just pretty cool. It's just, this is how it's supposed to be. All right, I hope that you've learned a couple of things in this particular part of the course. What we did was address the error we had in the first part of the backend, and then we worked on fixing a couple of other errors, and then we now worked on the bottom navigation. So we'll get to see you in the next part of the course. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of course. This is another part of the course that has to do with the backend. Okay, so we did some navigation functionality in the previous part, and so this particular aspect of our course, we're going to be focusing on what we have on the homepage here, and then from there we can just like walk through it. Okay, so let's look at it. If we go back to the home page, for some reason we can't click on the other things here in the home page, right? And that's because of this our bottom this our action here, which has somehow stopped us from seeing the rest of the screen. So what I'm just going to do is I'll come here to the widget tree, and I will just take off this bottom navigation. I will add it again. Okay, so I'll just click on it and remove it so I can see other things to tap. All right, so here we have men, and we have this is like a drop down that the user can click to say, okay, I want to search for stuff for men, stuff for women, stuff for children. So we will try to see how we can set all of that up. But this is for new ins, all right, and this is for top selling, all right, and that's it. So here we have let's look at the the home page. So this is for top selling, and I think this if you click on see all, you should be taken here. So let's add that navigation quickly. All right, so here we have see all, and let me see, this is like shop by categories. I think maybe I must have named it like that. So let me come here and add an action, and say navigate to shop by, do we have that? Yeah, shop by categories. So here we have instant. All right, so it's just going to take the user straight to shop by categories. All right, so then this is for here. So if at all we come over to okay, we will do it one step at a time. And then this one is just like all the categories, right? So let me see what the UI designer tried doing. So when the user clicks on these, all right, it's gonna take the, when the user clicks on this, it's gonna take the user to this particular section. So this is like the section where they get to see every single thing. All right, so okay, what I'm gonna do here is going to be quite direct. So the user clicks on this and goes to the other screen. Okay. So these are all categories, right? And you click on this, it takes you to the other screen. And okay, so this is what we're gonna do. First of all, let's look at let's come to this place we have categories. So when the user clicks on this, we want the user to be taken to this particular screen. So let's first of all try to identify that screen. I don't know how I named it, but I'm sure I didn't name it like this. So let's just go ahead and click each of the screens and see. This is not wishlist. Cart is not wishlist favorite. No. Hoodies. Okay, so this is it. I think maybe this is the one we called it hoodies. Okay, so this is going to be categories, specific categories. So I think I could just like rename this to specific categories. So let's say specific categories. Yep. Okay, so like this. So we're making this like a specific category. Okay, so this I'm gonna add an action to take the user back. Okay, and this is gonna be like hoodies and all of that. All right, so let me see. So the user comes to home. All right, and clicks on this. All right, and it's going to be navigated to let's go to navigated to specific where is it, specific categories. Okay, so we can say instant. It's navigated to specific categories, and then all of this is also going to be navigated to specific categories. Yeah, so this is going to be navigated to specific categories as well. So let me just copy this action. All right, I'm going to copy this action and I'm going to give it to each of these columns. All right, just watch what I'm doing. And I'm gonna click on this one as well and just paste it. I'm doing it to all of them. So when the user clicks on this, it just takes the user to that specific categories screen. Now, but what is gonna happen there in that particular screen is gonna be the most exciting thing. We're gonna come back to this. So, but before we continue, let's go ahead and create the section for this is like top selling clothes. So let's say that this is like clothes, right? Let me see how the, yeah, so this like well, not like top selling clothes, so let's just call these inventories, right? So let's come here to the Firestore part and we're going to create a new collection which is like a table where we're going to store all these things. So we'll call it inventory, and I'm going to click on create. So this inventory is going to have a couple of details. So as you can see here, there's an image, there is a title. So let's just say image, price, inventory name. So let's come here now and create the schema for our inventory. So I'm going to click here and I'll call it inventory name, inventory underscore name, and this is gonna be a string. All right, this is going to be, we can call them, we can just say image, or should we just be very specific? let's say inventory image. Let me just copy this part so we can always use it. Inventory image. This is going to be image part. All right, this is the variable type. You have to be very careful. And then this one is going to be inventory price. This is going to be a boolean. All right, sorry, not a boolean, please. It's going to be a double. All right, because like this now we have like point something something. So yeah, so a double I'm gonna check. And what else do we have here? That's all I can see. Let me see if at all we have more descriptions. So yeah, so we have all the things too. Exactly, we have other things. So let me see. Okay, so this is like a carousel, contains all the images. All right, so I can also create another image. So inventory image, this is inventory image. I can say inventory image 2. All right, it's gonna be another image path. And then inventory image let's see, inventory image 3. All right, that will be all. And image part, and there you go. Okay, so then we have like the size here. Like we have size, we have color, but we will come to all of these with time. So but let's put up the ones that we can really see. So we have here description. All right, description. I think that will be all for now. So let's say inventory description. Okay, and then it's gonna be a string. There you go. What else? This one is like ratings, so we will come to this. So let's say size. Okay, let's come here to inventory size, and this is going to be a string. Okay, and then inventory color. Okay, so let's say inventory color. This is gonna be well, we can just use a string. Actually, we can use string. It will still work, but inventory color. Inventory color string, and there you go. Okay, so now we have a couple of things, and then the quantity. Now this one is what you manipulate. It doesn't come like that, right? Okay, this is also something that you manipulate. Actually, you choose the colors here, right? Okay, so we don't necessarily need to put the inventory color. We don't necessarily need to put the inventory size. This is gonna go in for our orders. All right, so here we have a couple of things, and we can begin using them. All right, so if we come over here, right, all we just need to do is I'm gonna delete one of these columns. I'm gonna take this one out, delete this as well. Click on these, delete these, click on these, delete these. All right, so that's about it. Now I have this, and this is my list view. So I'm going to use this to query what comes out of here. So I'm going to click on this. All right, this is backend now. I'm going to click this. I'm going to click to add a query collection. I'm going to be querying the table, the collection called inventory. I want to produce a list of documents, and and then I will just click on confirm. All right, now it's going to show up like this, and I can go ahead. Let me click on the widget tree and really confirm how all of this works out for me. This is where we have the main container, so I can add a padding here. I can't remember the exact padding, so let's come over here to where we have this. I'm gonna click on this, click again, hold down alt. I see it's 12. The padding here on the right will be 12. Okay, so we have this. This is an icon. Okay, so this is our image. I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna click come down here. Instead of at first when we were working on the application, we were using images from the design. So now we are working on backend, and so we have to pick things from the database. So here I'm going to be picking things from the database. So I'll change it from image type, from assets to network, and then I will click over here and I will see inventory document. I can only see these because I've already done a query. All right, so just follow it the exact way I've been doing them. So I'll click on inventory document. I will see inventory image. All right, so I'm picking this inventory image, and let's come here to our browser and say uh, placeholder 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 uh, image image. Let's say placeholder image. I'll come here and click on images. I want to just get a sample placeholder image. I'll pick this and I'll right click on this and copy the image address, and then I'll bring it here to FlutterFlow, and I'll click on here and paste the default variable value here, and I'll click on confirm. So that way it's gonna just put up an image here. All right, so we can see something exactly. Okay, so now we have this, and we can come over here to this one, scroll up and click on this, go to inventory document and say inventory name. Okay, and then for this one we will just click on this and say inventory document price, and then for the available options here we will say number format, and here on this side we will change it to custom specify format, and we will turn this on and say display as currency and confirm. Okay, now it's going to appear like this. Now somehow we have been able to put this up as something coming from the database. Okay, so let's come here first. Okay, we still have our session running. If we go ahead, let's come back here to our Firestore and click on inventory, and then for this particular part we need something called top selling. All right, top selling. You see here, top selling is going to be a boolean, true or false. Okay, why are we doing that is because this particular section is supposed to be top selling, and so when we made a query here, okay, we have to filter it. So I'm coming back to that query we did to produce this. I'm going to add a filter, and we're going to say top selling is going to be equal to true. So that's exactly what is going to show here. Then now that we've gotten this, we have another one here. So instead of just putting up exactly what is this is supposed to be new in, right? So we can come here, click on inventory and change and put another variable called new in, and we can say it's gonna be boolean as well, and we check it. So here on this part, what I'm gonna just do is, this is almost similar to this. I'm gonna just delete this. Okay, let me click on it, delete the entire row. Okay, then click on this the row here and copy this. Okay, then click on this and paste it. Okay, now I will go ahead and click on this list view that I queried. I will just copy the query. All right, then I'll click on this list view and I will go ahead and just paste it. I'll come here, then I'll paste it, confirm, paste it that way. So if I paste it now, we had an error before, but it's gone now because we have pasted the correct thing. So if I come here, this was the query here. Let me do another filter here. It's going to be I'm going to change it. Top selling is not top selling, it's going to be new in is equal to true. New in equals to true. So like that. So new in is equals to true, and I'll confirm this. So this is it. We have been able to implement this, and the next thing we need to do is just this other part. So let's see how we can get it done. Now when the user clicks on see all for these categories, brings the user here. All right, yeah, brings the user here, and then when the user goes ahead and clicks on hoodies, brings the user here. All right. Oh, I think I mixed it up actually. Yeah, I think I did mix it up. Let's see, specific categories. I mixed it up. So let's come here to specific categories. Yes, I mixed it up. Okay, so let's come over here to where we have the where we have the home. Okay, so when the user clicks on this, no, we're supposed to take the user to these shop by categories. Yeah, but what did we do? We took the user to something else. Okay, this was see all. Okay, hold on a minute. When you click on see all, it takes you to shop by categories. Okay, yeah, we did the correct thing. And when you click on this specifically, it takes you to the other one, shop by categories. This is okay, it's correct. All right, so when the user clicks on this, takes the user to specific categories. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna copy the whole of this list view. All right, I'm copying the whole of this, and I'm gonna go to shop by categories. No, I'm gonna go to specific. Where is it? Specific categories. This one. I'm gonna click on this row. I'm gonna delete it. All right. I'm gonna click on this list view. I'm gonna delete it, and then I'm gonna paste this one. All right. Now the user goes ahead. Like I'm just pasting this exact kind of design that we had in the previous side. We just needed to like change some things. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Okay, so I have this here, and what I'm gonna do next is I want a situation whereby the user, when the user clicks on hoodies, right? I want it to update a particular app state called hoodies to true. All right. Yeah, because the details that are gonna show in this screen that is called where is it? Specific where is it? Specific. Okay, so now I'm messing it up. Where is the specific page? Okay, specific categories. The details that are here are going to be dynamic. It's going to only show when you click on hoodies, it should show only hoodies. All right, so how do we do that? We're going to have to filter this particular list view. If we come over here now, we have to filter it. Okay, we were using top selling is equal to true. That's not the case anymore. We're going to come over here to app state, and then we're going to create some app state variables. So let's come here to home, and we're going to create variables for hoodies, shorts, shoes, bags, and accessories. So I'm going to come here, click to add a variable called hoodies, and it's going to be what? It's going to be a boolean, true or false. And we're going to say accessories, and there's going to be boolean, check. We're going to say shorts, it's going to be a boolean, create. I think we had another one, shoes and bags. So we're going to click here, create for shoes. It's going to be boolean, and we're going to create another one for bags. It's going to be boolean. All right, so like this now, and I have I've created those app state variables. So when the user clicks on this, I want it to update the app state variable to, oh, okay, so I think this actually works, but what we just did is that's like us creating like a multiple number of app state variables, such that when the user clicks on this, takes them to this particular place, and it filters them by that. But we can actually do it the other way around. Okay, yeah, so we can do it the other way around. Instead of creating a lot of this, we can just call it category. We can just create one particular field and make it string, and we say category. Okay, so let's come over here and just delete this. Let's delete all of them. Let's delete the hoodies. Hoodies goes, accessory goes, okay, short goes, shoes goes. We would have done it like this to still work, but I would want us to do something different. Profile goes, not profiles, please. Bags goes. Yeah, so we have this. Okay, so let's come over here and just let's create a variable. The variable is going to be called categories. All right, it's going to be a string, and it's going to persist. All right, yeah, it's going to be a string. It's going to persist because we want it to still save the value that we have even after we have opened a new page. Otherwise, where we are going to, we won't be able to see what we clicked. So I click on create, and so when the user clicks on this, what we want to see is we wanted to update that app state variable called categories to the value here, hoodies. All right. So I'm going to come here, click to add another action, and it's going to be a state management update app state. It's going to update this field called categories. It's going to set the value to, I'm going to use small letters, hoodies. All right, so hoodies. Now let's it's going to update it to hoodies, and this one is going to update it to, let's click here and add another action, state management update app state. This is going to update it, set the value to shorts. I'm using small letters. And then here in this one is going to update that same every single time it's been clicked. All right, so it's going to update the app state called categories with bags for this particular one, bags. Okay. Oh, for shoes, actually, shoes. And for this one, we're going to update the app state variable. It's going to be app state variable. We're going to update, set the value as bags, and this one we're going to update the app state variable, and then we're going to set it as accessories. Okay, accessories. Okay, so how do we use what we have just done? So how we're going to use it is we're going to come over to the Firestore, go to inventory, and then we will say categories. So whenever we're creating an inventory, right, we're going to set the category type. So in this case, we are saying string. The category type is going to be a string, and it's going to be filtering it based on that. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to when the user clicks on this, it takes the user to that screen. So let's go to that specific categories, and then here, all right, in the list view, we're going to filter it by what? By the top selling, sorry, not that one, the categories must be equal to the app state value for categories. Okay, that's like the idea. Okay, so then for this one, this particular place here, what we're going to do is we're going to click here, and okay, now we should have actually made these capital letters because of this scenario. Okay, so let's come over here and say let's come here to app state. Yes. Let's go to non-app state. We want to do a combined text. This is going to be, it's going to carry the hoodies. All right, and then this is going to give us some space, and here is going to give us a bracket, and this is going to give us the value of the number of hoodies in the inventory, and this is going to be the closing of the bracket, and that's it. So but now if I click to do this, that's what we have here, but we don't have those information. Yeah, for this particular one now, we're going to this particular hoodies, we're going to pick it from the app state. It's going to come from here, categories. All right, then there's a space here, then here the number here is what we're going to have to fix. We will fix that up. Okay, so now we have this. So let me see, do we have some? I'm going to end this session. I'm going to click to create another one, a new debug session. Okay, so let me close this one, wait for this one to load up so we can actually take a look at it, because we're going to soon start testing the application. So we have let me come back here, go back to home. Here we have home. Let's see. Okay, so this is it. Let me give some sort of padding to this row. If you observe, there's some space here. Okay, there's some space here, like 16. So I'm gonna give some padding here and say 16. Okay, yeah, just to push it down a bit. Okay, so we have that, and let's say okay, so here for this one, if we come over here and let's add in the inventory, I'm gonna say clothes type. This is going to be either it's for men, it's for women, it's for children. All right, so that's for clothes type. And so that's it for that one. And let's see, that's what we're gonna do from this side. Okay, so okay, we will come back to this particular part. We were still like working on this home page. So the user clicks on this, takes the user to that part. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm looking at what we can do. Aha. Okay. So let me see. If we query these, okay, actually we can. I'm trying to figure out some other things, but let's see what we have done so far. Let's just try to check out what we have done so far. We might not see anything showing up for us in the app, so we have to come here to Firestore, go to inventory, click on manage content, and now we're going to add up some few things. Let me look for some clothes. Let's say trousers for sale. Let me come here to images and look for trousers for sale. Okay, so okay, we didn't even have anything for trousers like that. Did we have stuff like that? We had shorts, okay, and hoodies. Okay, so let's go for hoodies. So let's say hoodies for sale. Okay, good. So we have hoodies for sale. Let me click on this. I like the image. This is it. Let's go for this other red one. Okay, for some reason it's not showing me the high resolution of their images. I don't know why. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this one, copy their image address. Okay, and this is my FlutterFlow's content management system, CMS. This is where I can add things into my application. For some reason this is not loading up, so I'm gonna do an instant reload and wait for a couple of seconds and watch it load for real. Okay, so this is me watching it load before even going to another screen. I'm gonna wait patiently to see it load. Okay, so now it loads, and as you can see, it shows me here that Firestore security rules error on list view, missing or insufficient permissions. So what we can do to fix that is we will come here to settings, then we will come over here and we will uncheck this. We'll make it such that everyone can create, everyone can read, everyone can write as well. Okay, that's like what we need to do. And then we are going to deploy the new Firestore rules, deployed. And then after deploying it, it says deployed. We will come over here and just do an instant reload, wait for a couple of seconds, and that error would have been gone. Okay, so that's how we are doing it. And the next thing that we're going to do right now is we're going to try to set up some few things. So it's still loading up here. It doesn't see anything from the database, right? Nothing is there. So we're going to use the CMS here to add things. So I'm going to come to inventory and I'll click to add a document. So this is it. So let's just say this is a generic hoodies. Let me just call it generic hoodies. So let's say generic hoodies. That's the inventory name. The inventory image, I'm gonna click it. I'm pasting the URL I copied. Inventory price $348. I'm not putting in another image yet. Inventory description, I'm just gonna copy this one. Okay, just copy it and I'm gonna paste it here in the description. Okay, and is it a top selling? Yes, I want it to be a top selling. and I also want it to be a new in. Okay, then I'm gonna categories. This is where we want it to be like hoodies, shorts. So in this case, it's gonna be hoodies. Okay, hoodies. So yeah, hoodies. We can actually change this thing. So let me make it capital letter H, hoodies, and clothes type. This is gonna be for men, and then I'll add a document. Okay, so if I come over here, I'm gonna see the item. So it shows here now. It shows my top selling. If I come over here and then click to edit it, change it from new in, like turn off this one, I will no longer see the new in. So you see here. All right, so that's like, I just wanted us to see what is happening there. I'm gonna check it in. So it's gonna appear in new in. And the next thing that I wanted us to do is we have changed something, so we need to go fix it. So here, when the user clicks on it, it's going to be capital letter H for hoodies, yes. And then this one is going to be capital letter S for shorts. And this one is going to be capital letter S for shoes. And this is going to be capital letter B for bags. And this is going to be capital letter A for accessories. All right, good. Now, why am I doing that? I'm doing that because we have a screen that says hoodies, and it puts the number of hoodies, right? And it's capital letter H, and we're using the what we are storing in the app state. Okay, so that's why I'm just fixing it like that. So when the user clicks on this, well, we have not worked on that yet. So let's work on this one. So if you come over here to the test mode and then you click on these hoodies, it brings you here. It shows hoodies, all right, but nothing is showing. So let's go ahead and reload it because we changed the name. Yeah, so it didn't show anything because initially it was small letter H. Yeah, remember we did something here. We did something in the side called specific categories. We said that the categories, all right, the value of the categories must be equal to the value of the app states categories. All right, so the names must match. Okay, so now we can click here and it to show. All right, now this is proper now. If I can click here, it can go back. Click here, it shows. Click here, it goes back. All right, so now we have this, and if I click here, it's not gonna show anything because, but it writes here shorts, but it's you know, here shoes, here bags, here accessories. Okay, so but now how can we go ahead and fix up the parts where we want it to show the count, this correct count. Let's try to see how we can fix that. So if we come over here to the home, all right, if we come over to the home and then let's say we query this home, all right, let's say we query this home, and categories, we can call it categories count. So let's say I come here and I add a backend query. Will that work for this one? Okay, so I think that might not really work out. Let's go back to categories. Was it short by categories? No. Specific categories. Yes, this one. So we have a value here. And what I can simply do is I'm going to come here to I can use my scaffold, right? Yeah, I can play around with it like this. So I can use my scaffold and I can query my scaffold. I'll query my scaffold. I'm going to query a collection called inventory. I want to do a count, okay? But I'm going to filter. So the count that I'm filtering, I'm trying to figure out the filter here is the categories must be equal to the app states, the value of the app state categories. Okay, like this. So I want to just do a count. Okay, so now I have done a query, but it's not going to display anything, it's just counting. And so here I can come over here on the this particular part and click here and come to where we have this number. Instead of this number, I'm going to make it dynamic. I'll click here and I'll see inventory count. I pick it there, and then I can just confirm like that and confirm. So now it's going to show me like this. If I come over here and just do an instant reload, it should be able to show me 1. All right, that means if I have multiple, like 2 things, it's gonna show me 2. So while this is loading, let it just load up first so that we can see it count as 1. So if I click here, it's gonna count to 0. All right, there are no shots, so it's 0. So if I click shoes, there are no shoes. If I click bags, there are no bags. If I click accessories, there are no accessories. If I click hoodies, there's 1 hoodie. So this is it, it shows here 1. All right, so if we come over here and let me add another inventory. Let's put another item that, let's just say bags for sale. Okay, so which bag am I going for here? I'm not sure of what bag to go for. Okay, I like this very simple looking bag. I'm gonna copy the image address, and then I will come over here and let's go to the image first and post this. And then here I'm just gonna copy this text. It's called far fetch. Well, I think so. So I will say far fetch bag. Then the inventory price 3. Let's just say 201. And I don't have images for this one. Inventory description, I'm gonna copy and paste this. And is it a top selling? It's a new in. We can just say it's a top, both of them, no problems. And categories is gonna be bags, capital letter B, remember, bags. Clothes type, this is gonna be women. Yes, so this is gonna be women. And I'm gonna add the document. So if I come over here now and let's say I go back here and then I click on bags, now I'm gonna see a bag. You see, I see a bag. If I go back, I click on shorts, I don't see shorts. I click on bags here, I see bag, and it's just 1 bag. And hoodies is still 1 hoodies because it's counting based on what I had filtered. Okay, and it can't make any errors. All right, so now I did this, and so we have this. I think we can just populate. Let's get another thing. Let's say shoes. Let's say shoes for sale. Shoes for sale. Okay, I think I can pick this one. Yeah, okay, yeah, it shows me a good picture. Copy image address. I'm gonna click to add a new document. Click this and paste this here. And this is okay, I can't pronounce that. Let's click on this. This is the name of the shoe, so I'm just gonna remove this and say shoe. All right, and then inventory price 567, no 56T. And inventory description, I paste this. It's gonna be a new in. Category is gonna be shoes. Type men, small letters. And document. Okay, so I have done this for this part. I can just say shoes now, so I can see shoes. And for some reason we can see like 3 items. These are 3 all new ins. Okay, but we have only 2 top selling. All right, so if I click here, it shows me, it's supposed to bring me here, but for some reason it doesn't. Wow, okay, so we have some sort of fail there. Okay, let me see what happens there. Let's come over here to where we have home. All right, come here. It takes us to shop by categories. Shop by categories, shop by categories. This is it. And for some reason, let me add an action to go back first. For some reason this is not showing. Oh, okay, the same problem we had in the other side. It's because of how I arranged this. So we can just add we can add a padding here, 24, and then I will click on this and just change. I'll remove the spacing here, remove it. Then this one, I'll remove the spacing here, and this one I will remove the spacing here, and this one I will remove the spacing here, and this one I'm gonna remove the spacing, just I mean the paddings, you know. So I can now come over here and just like reload it. I'm gonna click to do an instant reload and see if I can see that particular screen. Okay, so in a couple of seconds we will see how it looks like, and so far so good. We have actually, you know, built something tangible, right? I hope you're really learning and then you're enjoying the session so far. So remember to subscribe to the channel and you know, do something really good too. So here we have this, and I can click on the see all. Okay, it's still not showing. That's okay. I'm going to go ahead and apply that fix that we used the last time. Let's come here to the main column and change this to main axis alignment. Okay, so I can click on these and just do an instant reload. Yeah, and then that way we should be able to like see this working out for us. Okay, so waiting for this to show up so we can properly see how it looks like. Okay, so let's see. I think it should show now. Okay, yeah, this actually works. Okay, so this shows up, and okay, so we're good. All right, so we have this, and this is looking out. This is looking good so far. All right, I believe you can agree that it's looking good. Let's come back here and just arrange that screen that says shop by categories. Where is it? Shop by categories, right? Let me come here, click this up bar. Oh, this is actually an up bar. So shop by categories. I don't know why it's bringing it all over here like this. I don't know why. Okay, just let's leave it there. So we have this now. If the user clicks on this, it's supposed to take the user to the other screen. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go to that screen, the home screen here, and I'm gonna copy this, the actions here. I'm just gonna copy them. Like I'll click here and say copy action chain. Okay, and I'm going to come to shop by categories. When the user clicks on this, I'm gonna add an action. I'm gonna paste it. Paste failed. Make sure to paste a single action here. Oh, it's saying a single action. So I'll click here and on tab, I'm gonna paste like an action chain here. Okay, so it's gonna send the person to hoodies. Okay, good. Then this one, I'm gonna click here, click to open action on tab, paste action. This is going to be what? This is gonna be, oh, accessories. Okay, it's not the same thing. So let's say accessories. Okay, and this one is going to be shoes. So I'm gonna click on this on tab and paste. This is going to be shoes. Okay, and for this one, this is gonna take us to bags. On tab and paste, this is going to take us to bags, and this one is going to take us to shorts. Open action, click on tab and click on paste, take us to shorts. All right, so here we have successfully, you know, made it such that the user can click here and then go to another screen. So let's go back to home and see what's left here in this screen. Okay, so what's left is not much. It's to do the search part. We will do this eventually. So right now we've just worked on the home and the subsidiaries of the home. Okay, so I think that's about it, and I hope that you've learned a whole lot so far. Let me just do an instant reload this for this so we can see what we have done and what is left. Okay, so don't forget to subscribe to this channel for real. This is one of the ways that you show like a big support to what we're doing here at No Code Africa. So where did we stop? If you click on see all, it brings you here. You click on hoodies, it brings you to hoodies. Cool. It brings you accessories, 0 accessories, shoes, 1 shoe, bags, 1 bag, I think, right? And then shorts, no shorts. Okay, so far so good. We have done this interestingly, and I think the one thing that we're supposed to do now is going to be like to add up these. So let's just quickly fix that up. So here, this is for the drop down. When the user clicks on these, let's go ahead and come here and say, what did we call that? Clothes type. So let's create an app state variable called clothes type. It could also be a page state. So let me show you how to create a page state. It's just also going to just make things interesting for you. So let's come over here to the widget tree and click on the scaffold, then the main scaffold. We want a situation that instead of creating an app state variable which is available app wide, we want it to just we want to create a variable that will only be present in this page. So we come here to the page state, and I have to click on the scaffold first before I can see this. I'm gonna click to add a page state. I'm gonna call this clothes type. Clothes type. All right. Yeah. So that's it. It's not allowing me. It's going to be a string. It doesn't like the way I named it. So I don't know. Clothes. I'll click clothes type. Let's just call it like this. Clothes type. It's a string, and I think that's about it. And I will click on confirm. Okay, and so it's telling me something here. Page set current variable is not nullable but has notice. Okay, so we can say nullable. Okay, that means something. Okay, for some reason it's also not showing me some. Okay, it has to have an initial value. Okay, initial value is going to be men. Yes, it's gonna be men. Can we have the error run away now? Clothes type is a string. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to click on confirm. Okay, so yeah, so it has this initial value is men because we will always have men here. So if we click on this drop down, and let's look at how it looks like. Okay, so it says here men. Let's just use a small letter because I use small letter there. So women, small letter women, children, small letter children. So we will use it in filtering what we see here, and that will be how we end the session for today. So here we filtered top selling is equals to true. So let's add another one. So we're gonna say we're gonna add another filter here, and it's going to be clothes type, okay, is equal to page state clothes type. That's it. So we said and okay, basically, so this one and that one. Okay, so we click on confirm like that. So then if I come over here, okay, so let me see. It says or. Okay, so we should have all as well. Okay, I'm trying to see something. So you click on this, it shows you man. Anyways, we can just maybe eventually we can put all. So this is man, and we should do the same thing to here. So new in is equals to this. Click on this and say clothes type is equal to page state clothes type. There you go. Okay, so now we have done this. We can come back to our test mode. We have 4 minutes left before the test mode ends. And so let's look at how this works out for us. Okay, well, we have not really finished. So when the user clicks on this, all right, it's going to, let's open the action flow editor on selected. All right, we want to update the state management. Want to update the page state, okay, with want to update the page state with this, like the page state clothes type. Want to set the value to collect what is inside the widget state for the drop down. Okay, so that's like what I did here, and it's gonna rebuild the current page. Okay, so that's like the idea. So now let's come back here and just do an instant reload one time, and then let's see how it works. Because if you can remember, we have created stuff for men and women, right? Yeah, the box is for women, and the other stuff is for, yeah, so like this. So if you observe, these two things are the only things that are showing, because by default it's picking this automatically. All right, so if we click here and change to women, we're supposed to see our, it's supposed to like refresh, it's supposed to rebuild the page immediately, but it is not rebuilding the page. Women. So let's do like this. Let's quickly add another action. Okay, it's rebuilding the page. It's rebuilding the page. Let me see. Add an action to navigate to home instantly. All right, so I'm trying to see how we can just have the results, like real quick, because for some reason I think it is not really responding the way we want it to respond, because the it is rebuilding the page, but the value of what it was stored, what it had stored, had disappeared. Okay, so this is men already, and for women, for children. Okay, so now this is not cool, because we have some things for women, right? So we have women, we have men, women. Okay, so this is not working the way I want it to work. I don't know why. I don't know why, but by default the other one was men. So okay, update. So what we did was this: you have to like update the page state, set the value, cloud type, and rebuild. But for some reason it's not working. I don't know why that's not working, but let's try to switch it to page state. Let's create a page state and say cloud type, and then let's call it string and make it persisted. Yes, persisted. Great. And here we can just change it. Let's change what, let me just quickly, this has ended. Let me just end this session and create a new one, because we need to just confirm that we have done this one correctly, and then we can continue building our application. Okay, so let's see. Okay, while this is running, yeah, I can close this one. Then here, this is updating a page state. Let's change it from page state. We want it to be like an app state. So I come here and say app state is going to be clothes type. Sets the value from the widget state. Drop down. Okay. It gives me an error. Using the action can no longer be found. Locale states field using the action can no longer be found. Either this action no longer valid or the field needs to be added back. Okay, so yeah, I've changed it to app state. But why can't we find it? Okay, so I'm trying to switch from what we did before. Yeah, I was trying to use a page state here, but for some reason it's not giving me what I want, because there's nothing like persisted here, I think. So I'm just gonna remove it, confirm. It's gonna give me a couple of errors. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to remove the queries here, the filters here. remove this. Okay, let's go back to my dashboard. Okay, so let's come back here. I am going to like click on confirm. Let's see. Okay, confirm. All right, so that's error is gonna be gone for that one. So let's click here to remove this second error. I'm gonna remove this and confirm it. Okay, so we have just one more error. What is this other one error? Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be this one. Go. All right, that was the error. Okay, so I've removed that error. This works up well. Click on these, updates these. Okay, and then now we're going to click this to actually do the filtering. So I'm gonna come over here and add to filter and say clue type is going to be equal to the app state variable called clue type. Okay, confirm. Then come over here and do the same thing for the new in. The clue type is going to be equal to the value of the app state called clue type. Okay, so now that we have this, let me just do an instant reload. And then so we did this, you click on it and it changes. All right, so yeah, we did like a reload here, no problems. So let's see if it's gonna work out now. Then we would have been done with the home page of our application. So let's quickly check out. Let me do an instant reload and just wait here actively for it to like reload all its dependencies. Okay, so here I'm just gonna reduce it a bit. Now it's not showing anything. Seems cool. Men. Okay, fine. It's showing everything now. Women. Okay, this is perfect. Now this one works. I don't know why the other one didn't work out. We will try to figure out why. So, but on loading this page, like, you know, the reason why we didn't see anything is because we need to create an action to set that particular to update the app state. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna update the app state. Let me just copy what we did here. I'm just gonna click here to copy the action chain. All right, and I'm going to give it to the scaffold. Come here and click to open it. Then on page load, I will paste. So it's going to update the app state variable, and then just this, like this. So all right, that means if I reload this now, it's no longer going to just show us like an empty screen. It's going to show us a screen with a default. Okay, it's still gonna show us like a default value because we have not tapped anything. Yeah, I will show you. It's gonna still show us an empty screen. Yes. Oh, it doesn't show us an empty screen. Okay, yeah, we still have like an active app state value. So what we're supposed to do here is when on page load, right? I wanted to update the app state variable to we just want to set the value to women. All right, sorry, men. Let's just say men. Okay, and yeah, men. And then this way, if we can, let me reload it, it's just gonna show up the men stuff. Yeah, and then you can always like change it to women and children. So let's say let's look for accessories for kids, for children. So I think accessories for children. Yeah, this one is really nice. So I'm gonna copy this, copy the image address. I'm gonna create a new document. This is gonna be a children toy, and I'll click here and just paste this, and it's gonna be 234, and it's going to be top selling. It's going to be children. All right, and the cloth type is gonna be What did I do here? Did I say, is it gonna be children as well? Is it gonna be small letters or capital letters? I've forgotten here. Let's use letters, small letters, children. So children here. Categories children, cloud type children, description. I don't know. Okay, so okay, let's just copy this really. I don't really have any detailed thing to put here right now, so add a document and I'll come over here. Okay, so let's reload it. This is supposed to show man actually. Yeah, so let me reload it. It's supposed to show stops for man. Why is it not loading? Okay, there is a problem somewhere. There's some sort of problem somewhere. Let's reload it and see what's going on. Yeah, so alright, so for some reason it's not loading up because there's a problem. The problem has to do with how we are creating this page. Okay, let me see. Here we have this is cloud type. Okay, so this is going to be man. Okay, so man actually, right? So why do we have, why is it not loading? So let's click here and see what we did. Update, set value, cloud type to man, and this is correct, right? This is correct, and then navigate to home. So maybe we can just delete this. Yeah, that, because that's like tautology. Let's do an instant reload and then see what we can have here. So shoes, children, men, women. Okay, let's see what we're going to have here. But so far so good. We have done like real good work. Okay, yes, this is working. It gives us men. I can change it to women. No, it's not changing to women. Okay, yeah, women. It changes to women. Aha. Okay, and then it reloads really quick. Okay, I see what is happening there. So when you click on this, it reloads. So let's go remove this navigate. Let's remove this. Yeah, so we don't need that to happen. We just need it to reload. So let me just make a reload. So sometimes when you just try to work on this, you encounter issues and then you try to reason alongside the problem and then identify it. It's like super exciting to fix bugs and be able to identify what is causing the issue. It makes you have that that excitement that you're a creative person. So women, all right, that's it. It doesn't change anymore. And then here is gonna be children. It has this toy here. All right, so that's it. So we can just change the size of this button. Let's change the size to 150. Yeah, just something large enough, so like that. So if you reload this, this is gonna give you a proper size for that button, for it to change from men to women to children. Okay, I hope that you've learned a whole lot of things from this tutorial, and you're going to be learning even more. All right, so like this is just perfect. This is what I was looking at. Okay, so we will continue our tutorial in the next part, and see you soon. Bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and this is going to be a continuation of our backend. Okay, so let me just go ahead and launch a new debug session so that when we are testing our application, we can adjust it where necessary. Yeah, so I'm trying to see how I can test the debug session. Like to launch it up. I might have to switch my network so I can have a better network. Yeah, because I think it's taking like way more time to load. All right. Okay, so let me just quickly push this out. All right, so let's look at this. I think this should load faster than the other one. Okay, yes, it's better. Okay, so we have successfully built our application to this point. This is how it looks like here, and we did this whole filter process. We haven't done this, we haven't done cart, and we've done a couple of things, right? So I think we can just proceed from where we have stopped. So now this is our design, and let's see, we have created so we have notifications. All right, so let's work on notifications. Let's work on notifications, and then this one as well, right? So let me come over here to where we have, let's come here to the page. Let's go to notifications splash screen. I think, yeah, this is it. So this is the screen that you get to see when there's no notification. So, and again, I'm gonna remove this so that we can I'm gonna remove this component that we have here so we can be able to touch the widgets that are here. Okay, so this is what the user gets to see when there are no notifications, right? So I want to check out something. um, So if the user clicks on that bottom navigation, click to go to this page, right? So this page should only show, let me see, on page load. We're going to check whether it has. If it doesn't have, whether it has, then it's whether it has content and information, then it to take the user to the next screen. Okay, so let me show you how we can do that. Let's come to Firestore, and we're going to create a table for our notification. So here we have notification that it's just like a text. So Gilbert, you placed an order, check your order history for full details. Just something like this. Your order has been confirmed. So I think, let's just say, I don't know. The idea is just to create a text. This is just going to be notification, and then maybe the date possibly. Yeah, maybe the dates possibly. So let's come here and create the collection for it. So I'm going to click here and say notifications, then I'll create, then I'm going to set up the schema. All right, so here is going to be text. I can even make it more descriptive. I can say notification text. All right, and it's going to be a string. All right, then I can just go ahead and say date, and this is gonna be a timestamp, or let's say a date time, and check. Okay, so now we have this, and we're going to do something else, right? So we're gonna say user, let's just call it user ref. All right, so this is going to reference the person that owns this notification, because we're gonna have this is a table that contains all sorts of notifications, and we want to be able to show each user their own unique notification. So let me say user ref, and here we're going to be doing a document reference. That's going to be the data type, and we're going to be referencing a user, and then we're going to click on check. Okay, all right, so now we have that. So let's go ahead and create some sort of action here. Let's come to the widget tree and click on the scaffold, and then set up some sort of conditional statement here. If I come here to this part, and I'm going to click to open it, so it says here on page load. Okay, yeah, I'm going to add a conditional. So this conditional is going to check for some things. So but before we do this conditional, let's query this scaffold. So I'm going to query the scaffold, and I'm going to query the collection called notifications. It's going to be I'm going to be doing count. Now I want to later on create a condition that says if the count results, all right, if the count result is less than is greater than 0, all right, then show the screen, all right. Then just like this screen will still be there, all right. But if it is not, take the user to another place. Yeah, so but now I'm going to add a filter that is going to check the user ref has to be equal to the authenticated user reference. That means we are trying to say that this information will only be for the user that logs in. Okay, then now that I've done this, I have some errors here. Okay, yeah, the conditions that I tried setting. So here I'm going to just try to set a condition. I'm going to click here and say single condition. I'm going to be looking for, okay, for some reason I can't find these here. I can't find these here. I'm supposed to find the count stuff that I just did, but it doesn't allow me because I can only find it in a if at all I'm a child. But now this screen cannot be a child of itself. Okay, so what's the best way to do this? Let me think. So the idea is to make it such that this page is going to, when the user clicks on it, all right, when the user clicks on that particular icon, all right, okay, I'm trying to figure out like a backend what we can do, because we just want a situation whereby okay, so if that's the case, then let's not do it like this. Let's change the logic. Okay, I'm gonna change the logic. I'm gonna delete this, and then I'm gonna come over here to where we have the actions, and then I will delete these. Okay, let's try something else. So here we have all of these connected. This was supposed to be like the splash screen where the user gets to see this screen if at all they don't have any notifications. But one thing that we can do is I can remove all of this information. All right, let me come over here. I can copy it out. Okay, let's copy it out, and then we go to notification, another screen for notifications. So let me see notifications details. So this is notifications details. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste these I'm gonna paste this okay, so now this is a column. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is, let's come here. This is the main column, so I'm going to right click on this and wrap this widget in a stack. Okay, then I'm gonna paste the second column. This is the second column. Okay, so what I'm gonna do next is going to be a bit tricky. All right, so this is let me see. It's not supposed to overflow on themselves like this. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to try to make it such that make it such that all of these things are together. All of these ones are together, and this one is also together. Okay, and all of this is supposed to be inside a list view, and this one is here. Okay, so let's just undo this, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to come over here, click on this one, delete it. Yeah, delete it first, then click on this and delete it. All right, and then over here I'm going to try to wrap this widget in a container, sorry, in a particular widget called list view. All right, because that's what I'm going to query to produce a result. Okay, and okay, so I have done that, and let's see, this is a container. I can center align this. Okay, so now I have that. So this B container is here, then this is the one that contains all of this. Okay, so we can say we can rename this to say has. Let's change here and say has notification, has notification. All right, I'm just trying to be more descriptive of this. Has notification. So this one has notifications. Now I'm going to click on this and paste this column. All right, this column, let me remove this particular row, remove it, and I'm going to rename this one to has, and say maybe just say no notifications. All right, no notifications. Okay, so we have some sort of error here. It says set as flexible. Let's change this back to this. Okay. All right, so we have this, and let me see. So we have this, and everything is okay. So this one is going to be the widget that shows only when there are no notifications, and then this one is going to show when we have notifications, has notifications. So I can just put here notifications. Okay, so what I can do now is I'm going to go ahead and query this particular scaffold. Yeah, so I'm going to query the scaffold. I'm going to come here to query collection, then I will query notifications. I'll be finding the count. I will do the filter I did before. I will say user ref must be equal to the authenticated user reference, and then I will confirm. So that way I am going to have a count. This is like the parents, the number one parent. So now I can go ahead and use the result that comes from here to set conditional visibility to this. Okay, so that means I can come here and turn on this and say I want this place to only show. So I'm going to click this and say conditions, single condition. I want it to only show when the notification counts, all right, is greater than 0. Yeah, so if it is greater than 0, I want this to show. And then here I will just copy this conditional visibility, and I'll click on this no notifications. If you see here now, we have an eye that shows that there's a conditional visibility that has been placed on this particular widget. So then for this one, I will click here to turn it on, and then I will paste it, and I will change the conditions. Notifications count, for this one to show, it means that the notifications count has to be equal to 0. All right, so now that we have that, let's come over here to our screen. Okay, this had loaded 16 minutes. Let's turn this off. We will have to bring in the what is it called? We are going to have to bring in, let's come back to home. So here we have our home. So I'm going to bring in the navigation icon here. So I'm going to click this to close it. We have the row. I'm going to click this to bring in our navigation icon, bottom navigation, right? So then I have that here. I would just do an instant reload, and then we will be able to see the bottom navigation for that home screen. So we can click to go to notification, and then you will get to see then while I'm doing that, let me come over here and refresh our CMS so that we can add an information to the what is it called to the table. So here we have notifications. There's nothing here. So by virtue of the fact that nothing is there, we shouldn't see we should see you don't have any notifications design. Okay, so we're waiting for these to show up, and then from there we can check it out. Meanwhile, if at all you're enjoying this tutorial so far, I would like you to hit the subscribe button and subscribe to the YouTube channel. All right, and then if at all you also want to purchase this application, all right, you can also check the description under this video, and you will see the link to buy the application on from Patreon. Okay, so this is it. Now we have this, and I can just click on notification. So here it shows no notifications yet. So I can come over here And let's go back to that notifications page. So we have notification details. Where is it? Notification details. So this is where it is. I can add some padding. Let's say 25 to this. Okay, so it comes down a bit. You see, we have two things on this screen, but we can only see this one. All right, we can only see just one. So now if I go ahead and then let's query this, let me query this, the list view that is on this. Okay, we didn't add a list view. Okay, we did. So this is a list view. All right, so I'm gonna query this place now and say query collection. I'm querying the notifications document. I'm doing a list of documents. I'm gonna add a filter so it can only show me the notifications for this particular user. So I will say user ref is going to be equal to the authenticated user reference. All right, then I'll confirm, then I will confirm. So now it shows me like this, but for some reason this is not giving me how I would want it to be, because this is not how it's supposed to be. So I'm going to just cut this query out, and we're going to rearrange this. So this is the, I'm going to click I'm gonna click these and push this out into here. All right, and okay, it doesn't allow me to do that. Okay, yes it does. I will delete this list view out, and this is supposed to be, why is it alone? Yeah, so yeah, it's supposed to be inside like this. And then so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna wrap this container in a list view. This is what I should have done. Let's come here and remove these. This is 40. Let's remove this padding from here. Let's put it on the list view and paste this here. Oh, sorry. 40. Okay, then we have okay, so we have that, and here we can add that our query. I'm gonna paste it. It's gonna produce this like this. I'm gonna click here, and if I come back to the design here and tap it twice, I will see that it has a padding of 8. So I will just give it like a padding of 8 at the bottom, and it just spreads it a bit, separate here, you will see. All right, so we have that, and what I'm gonna do next is going to be to remove this conditional visibility from this container and put it on this one. Okay, so I'm going to come here and just copy these, then click and remove the variable. All right, then I'm gonna click it. I didn't leave that place. I'm gonna put that conditional visibility here. I'm gonna paste it here and confirm, and then here on this one I will just turn it off. Okay, so now this conditional visibility is on the list view. All right, so now I can click on this, go to my notifications document and take notification post, and then I can go ahead and yeah, this is it. It's just perfect. It's gonna show me the notifications here. So if I come back to my test mode and just do an instant reload, yeah, I'm doing an instant reload. We're not gonna see any information because we don't have any notifications yet. So but let's just wait for a couple of seconds, and then we will see how the design looks like. So this is it. All right, as you can see, I will click on here, and well, for some reason it's not showing me, it's not pushing this down. I don't know why. I think we might have to like do it again, but before then let's add a notification. So I'm gonna add a notification here and say welcome to Clot, your #1 e-commerce store. Okay, then I'm gonna pick the date. I'm just gonna pick a random date and time, and here I'm supposed to put the user reference, right? It's supposed to appear for this particular user, but this is going to be a bit tricky. So let's say users slash, let me come here to our, this thing is supposed to be generated dynamically, all right, without us having to do this. So let's come here to Firebase. let's come here. Let's go to our Firestore database. This is our Firebase project. Okay, so I want to just get access to the document reference of this user. Okay, so we have only one user. So if I click here, we have just one user. So this is going to be the document reference of this user. So I'm going to click here and copy all of this reference. All right, and then I will come back here and I will paste it. All right, then I'll click on add document, and if I come back here now, I am supposed to actually see this is supposed to change by default. So let's try to see. So here I have ID. This is ID of the document. This is the user ref. Yes, did I get it wrong? Okay, so let's see. Let's try to see if at all we got it wrong. All right. Okay, so I think we did get it wrong. The user reference here is wrong. Let me remove this. It says users, and then this is the reference. This is the only user that we have. Okay, this is not my account. This is not my account. This is another account. All right, so let me see. This is not their account. So why don't I have my account here? I created an account, but I can't see the account I created. I don't know why I can't see. Let me copy this particular ID. Yes, and paste it here. Yeah, then I'll update it. It's still not showing. Okay, this is Clot, yes, and I created this in August. Why is it not working? And I don't have any other user here. So okay, for some reason it's not giving me the user reference. Let me come back here to users, and this is my user ID and the user document. Okay, so let me copy this one. Okay, let's see. This is the same as this one. Yeah, so this is only one user. So it's showing me here that there's only one user. For some reason, I don't know why. There's only one user, so it doesn't make sense at all. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to go ahead and fix this particular issue. So because we're supposed to have like a couple of users here. So let's see, how can I fix that issue? We're gonna fix it like real quick. What I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna go back to page. In this place, I'm going to add a very quick button. I'm going to duplicate this. This button is going to be for logging out. I'm going to just click to create. Okay, let's see. Do we have a login, a logout button in the settings page? Okay, yeah, we do. Okay, so there's no point duplicating this. Let's just delete it. All right, so I think this can go. Let's go to our settings page. Let's go to settings page. Settings, where do we have settings? We just need to find settings, and then yeah, so I'm gonna add an action here. Let's just remove this bottom navigation. All right, then I'm gonna add an action here to sign the user out. So I'm gonna say add action, and we're going to go to backend database, Firebase authentication, log user out. Okay, then here let me just change some things. This is going to be let me come here to authenticated user display name. That's going to be the name that's supposed to be here. This is supposed to be the authenticated user email address, and this is supposed to be the authenticated user phone number. Okay, and then this one is supposed to be the let's come here to change it to authenticated user photo URL, and let me look for a placeholder image. Okay, so I need it for a profile. Yeah, I can use this for the meantime. Yeah, so I will just copy this image address and I will click here and put this as the default variable value. So when there is no image, this is gonna show. Yeah, it's gonna show. I think I don't really like this one. It's not completely full. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think I always prefer this one. Copy image address, and I'm going to just paste it here. All right, and confirm it. So now that way we have this. Okay, so now that we have this, we can actually go back to test mode, and I will do an instant reload because I need to like log out totally. I'm doing an instant reload, and I'm going to delete this user. I'm going to delete this account, and I'm going to also delete I think that's all. Yeah, because I still can't see this one in the main account, so I just delete that as well. If I come to Firestore database, I'm supposed to see all the accounts that have been created, at least their details, but I can only see one. All right, so here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead and log this user out. Okay, funny enough, the user session had ended. So this is it. It's to create a new account. So I'm going to click here to create a new account. I'm going to say David. And here is going to be Orog. Then it's going to be Mr. David Orog at gmail.com. And then my password, maybe just like this. Okay, so I put that up and I've created an account. It should take me to who do you shop for? So I'll shop for men, age range 31 to 45, finish. Alright, so like that. So now I have an account. I should have changed this, but if I click on this now, it brings me here. So I see my email, see this default image. I don't have my details here. Okay, so for some reason now I have this one, first name and last name. So I think what I'm gonna do is when the user creates an account, I should have something like okay, here I can just change this to from display name to first name. Okay, I can even do it like this. I can click on this and say combine text. It's gonna say authenticated user first name. Where is it? First name. Then I'll do a space, give some space. Then I'll add here and say authenticated user last name. Okay, that way I can have it correctly here. So if I come here and just like do an instant reload, we should see that. Okay, but this was not our main concern. This was as a result of the fact that we needed to create a logout button so we can like log out. So now I have another user. This is my main account. So I can just quickly copy this. This is supposed to be what should I count for. Let me go to my notifications now and click this and paste this here. That's like my reference. So if I come here, wait for a couple of seconds, I should see. If I don't see, that means there's something wrong. Yeah, I click to reload it, and yeah, so if I click on notifications, it's showing me it's still showing me these error. Let me end the session and run a new session. Then let's go back and debug that. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm not writing the what is it called, the user reference correctly, because I believe that's how it's supposed to be. But anyways, we might have to jump from that. Yeah, let me see one more time. Notifications detail, the condition that I placed was notification count has to be greater than 0. So when I create when there's a document in that part, that means notification count is more than 1, of course, right? and for this particular user. So I don't know why it's not working, because I feel like okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just quickly do an action, like a real fast action to create, because I want to be able to copy the uh, what is it called, the user ref. So I'm gonna click to add an action here, just really quick. This is just for me to debug and test. So Firestore create document. I'm gonna be creating a document called notifications, and the field I want to do is just going to be notification text. I'll say welcome to Clot. All right, and then I'm gonna add another field. The date here is going to be from the global property current time. All right, I'm gonna close this. Then what else? The user reference is going to be authenticated user reference. Now I wanted to just like have this very handy. So let's see. I'm gonna close this now, and let me go ahead and do an instant reload, so that I can go about creating like the document directly from the app, instead of doing it here, because I think there's something wrong with how I'm writing the user ref. I think there's something wrong with it. Yeah, so the only way we can tell is from doing it dynamically, like what I just did. We're just doing a test. So this is actually how to debug and get your application running. So let's look at it again. We're going to just quickly check out uh, how the application looks like. It's supposed to show up here. I don't know why it's taking so long. Should I just refresh this now? So I'm just gonna refresh it again. Maybe after you refresh and you run away, it's just like, okay, why did you leave me alone? So I'm just going to like chill on it and wait to see what shows up here. Okay, turn up. Let's see. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. So it's still loading for a long time. Okay, you can just like forward this really fast and then move to the next part where it finally shows. Okay, but I'm gonna wait. Right, so this is still loading and I don't know why. It has to be my network. Okay, so it's finally showing here and it's loading up. Okay, so if I click on this now, it shows this. So I'm gonna click to create. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Okay, I'm sure that you might have been asking, David, don't do it that way. We changed the navigation. Yeah. So I finally get to see what's wrong. We were not doing anything wrong at all. What we missed out was, let's go back here to bottom navigation. When the user clicks on this icon, we want the user to go to the notification details, not splash. That's why nothing changed. Okay, so yeah, this was the problem. Let's just go and do an instant reload. I am very sure that you knew it. Yeah, why didn't you time travel and then come to my current time and then tell me to change it? But anyways, it's good. You're smart. That's really good. I'm really teaching very smart people. So yeah, that's good. So yeah, we're not gonna have that problem anymore. But anyways, that problem allowed us to solve other issues. So if I click here now, we're good. It's gonna show us it's taking time to load because we have to come back here to settings, and then we have to say that everybody can read and can write. Let's just say everyone here and uncheck this and deploy this. Yeah, this was the challenge. So okay, so now I'm gonna do an instant reload again and wait for a couple of seconds. It's gonna show us how it looks like. Okay, I'm waiting to see how it looks like actually. Let's wait together. Let's wait together. Okay, so this is it. If I click on this now, Yeah, it shows here, welcome to Clot, your #1 e-commerce store. Now it's showing this because we already created this. I think what we did was correct. Our user reference was correct ever since, right? And so I can just quickly delete this, right? Okay, let's just copy this. I wouldn't like to type it again. So just copy this and I'm gonna delete this. Don't forget, it's currently showing, but I'm gonna just quickly delete it. When I delete it, the other stuff is supposed to show, but it isn't showing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna refresh, do an instant reload. Let me see what happened in that place. So if we go back to notifications details, this thing is supposed to show when it is equals to 0. Okay, and the count is supposed to, the query is supposed to happen after on page load. That's why we didn't see anything. Yeah, it doesn't just happen instantly. It only shows, it does the counting on page load. Yeah, it does the query on page load, right? So that's why we didn't see anything. But if I click it now, we get to see that, oh, there are no notifications, right? But now if at all we add a notification, or if we go ahead and add a notification and add a date, all right, and here /users, okay, preferably let's do like this. I added some action to this, so if I click to create it, yeah, it does, it has created it, but now this page was not reloaded. Okay, but now if I click to reload, now we actually have like an information. So let me just paste it as this one. So the way it works is that the notifications will be created automatically based on what the user does on the app. So this is fine. At least now you see that when there are no notifications, nothing is gonna show out. So this is fine. Okay, so we have that, and we have fixed notifications, and that's good. The next thing we need to do is, let's come back here. So we have fixed notifications, we've done sign out, we've done we didn't have a profile picture. We will fix that. We can quickly fix that now. Here, how we can do that is, let me see. If we come over to the settings screen, right, when the user like maybe taps on this, the user should get to see something. Let's create a component first for that. I'll click here to create a new component, and I'll be looking for UI elements. So I think it's gonna be, I'm gonna be looking for something to create like upload an image. So if I keep searching, I will see something. Not this one. I always see something. It's always I always see like some sort of yeah, this one. So I can click this and say change photo. So upload photo, and then I'll click on create component. So this is how it is. I will just delete a couple of things out of here. This is the container, and this is 350. Let's come here to the widget tree. Let's change this to 500. Okay, so like that. So now I have change photo, and here, so you click to upload the image, and this one is to save it. So here is let's click here to add an action to this. So here we're going to click to add an action. The action is going to be a backend action, Firestore update document. What are we updating? We're going to be updating the user reference. So we're going to come to authenticated user reference. We want to update that. What field are we trying to update? We want to update the field called photo URL. Okay, so this is the part. Okay, so the thing is, this particular action is supposed to be, let me cut it here, it's supposed to be on this one. Let me click this to delete this and paste this. Okay, it doesn't allow me to paste that. Let's paste it here. So here, this is exactly how it's supposed to be. But before we proceed, we're going to click this one to upload a file. So I'm going to click here, Backend, Firestore. Let's just come here and say upload image. Upload image. We'll see upload save media. Then I'll click here and change it to Firebase. All right. It's either gonna be camera or gallery, and then we can come over here and change and say show snack bar. Okay, and that's it. So if we come over here in this part now, and then we want to upload updates like a document, a particular field in our document. So what we do is we're gonna do from variable, and we're gonna click here. We're going to go to widget state, and we're going to pick the uploaded file URL. So when the user clicks on this and then is being taken to his device or her device, they will be able to like select an image, and after they've selected the image, they can now click on this. But after they've selected the image, we want it to show here. Okay, so we want the image to show here. So that's where we're going to come and say this is the background image. We're going to click here and say upload. We're going to say network. So it's going to come from the widget state uploaded file URL. But if there is nothing there, let's copy this image address, and we're going to put the default variable here. Okay, so if at all there's nothing, this is what it's going to show. Okay, so this is how it's going to be. The user gets to upload it, and then we have to do one other action. So when they click here, it's going to update the value, but it's not going to close this bottom sheet. So let's actually have that problem, then we can see how to fix it. So let me come back here to let's go to settings, let's go to home. So when you click on this, okay, let me go to, let's do it in settings first. Settings, where is it? Where do we have settings? Good. So when the user clicks on this, we're going to add an action. It's going to be an action called bottom sheet. On tap, okay, we're going to say on tap. We're going to add an action, bottom show. That's show a bottom sheet. And we're going to be looking for the one called upload photo. And then what else? That's it. So let's go ahead and just reload this real quick. If we click on this, and we will try to find I will upload an image of myself from my Mac, and then I will show you the error that we're gonna run into, and then we will fix that error together. Sounds cool? Yeah. So the thing is, I have already traveled into the future, and I know that we're gonna encounter a problem, but I prefer we encounter the problem together before, and then we fix it. Yeah, that way you get to learn a lot of things, from me. So this is loading up. It's taking like way longer than normal, but because it said it takes under 10 seconds, but maybe it's taking up to 15 seconds. Let's see, it's just gonna show up very soon. All right, so we have done this reasonably. Let's just allow it to take its time, and it's always good to not be too pushy. Yeah, so because let's just allow it to take its time, because I don't know why it's so slow. It's gonna be particularly my network. Okay, actually it failed, so let's do an instant reload. Probably something happened there and it didn't work out the way it's supposed to work out. Okay, so now this loads up, and if we go to settings, if I click on this, okay, for some reason it didn't load up that last update. Yeah, it didn't load up that last update. I don't know why it didn't load up that last update, and this is loading slower than normal. Okay, yeah, it's loading slower than normal, really. It's really loading slower than normal. I hope it doesn't fail again, because it's not super exciting to see it fail. What do I do now? Preferably I just like maybe end the session and start a new one, so we don't have to have it always fail like this. So well, let's just wait if it's going to compile the code successfully this time around. It happens, really. When I was younger, way younger, I was told that the computer is an idiot machine. Well, I think what they meant was garbage in, garbage out. What you give it is what it gives you. So I don't know what I have given it that has made it this slow. Is it the recent updates that I made? I don't think so. So most likely gonna be my network, but we are going to overcome it. But you could just like forward it to where it works, so you don't have to like waste a lot of time on it. Okay, so we are making progress. We're making like some very significant progress, if you ask me. Progress is very significant and very remarkable. All right. Okay, this took way longer. Okay, sorry about the delay. Okay. So reloading your app. Now I don't know. I think what I'm just gonna do is I can just shut it down like that, because I need to be able to see the button that says end debug session. Yeah, because I can't even see the end debug session now. It's just not showing me. It's not showing me the button to just end it. Are we starting all over again? Okay, really sorry for putting you through this stress. I wish there was a place I could just end the current build. It's gonna tell me something here. Yeah, if I click to open session, is it gonna open a correct session? It's still running this. So there's something wrong with it. I don't know. Let's just quickly do our published web published version, and then maybe we can actually test it. I don't know. I think this is going to be like FlutterFlow's problem. Yeah, because I don't know why it's not loading as fast as it should. Let me go back to this other previous network in case it's network related. So I'm trying to publish it to the web. We can always like test it on the web. Okay, so meanwhile, what were we trying to test? We were just trying to let me go back to the home. We were trying to like test the upload image part. But meanwhile, I wanted you to just like see it before we fix the error. But for some reason, I think we're having issues like seeing it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just like let's go back to the upload photo part. When after the user has clicked to upload the changes, all right, we want to be able to close this bottom sheet, because what happens is that when the user clicks on, let me see if I can preview it. Yeah, I think I should be able to preview it with this. All right, so when the user this is me just previewing the app. So let's go to the screen that shows the home page. Yeah, when the user, this one, no, when you click on this, it takes you here. So when you tap on this, it brings up this. All right, so when you finish saving the changes, all right, it should close this bottom sheet. All right, yeah, so but it's not gonna close except you add an action. Let's add another action here that says bottom sheet dismiss. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you, and somehow it has led us to this trouble that we have. I will just go ahead and close this and maybe reload this, and let's see if at all we can have that action here on our debug session. Sorry, this is not debug, this is just the preview mode. I want to see whether it will show up in our preview mode. Let me go back to my other network. Yeah, so I'm loading this real quick, and I think after this video I'll just restart my system. That might also provide us with a quick solution. Yeah, so let's just see all of this first, then we can just okay, so if I click on this and click on this, it comes up. If I click this, it closes this, right? So yeah, that's like the idea. So I'm going to just end this tutorial at this point. We will continue in the next part of our course. All right, see you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course. In this part, we're just going to continue building from where we stopped. So in the previous part, we were like working on the profile settings. So if you click here and then you try to upload an image from your device, so I think I can even use this one. So yeah, I'm just trying to upload my image here so it can actually, be available here on the application. So I click that, it uploads the files, it shows uploading. When it is done, it's going to show it's going to show the uploaded file here. And after that, I can now click on save changes. So now it shows it here, so I can now click save changes. It now shows here, and then it's going to close this bottom sheet automatically. All right, so that's like what we were trying to achieve in the previous part. All right, so we're good now. We have implemented this. We can just go ahead and go to settings and add some padding to the top here. Let's see if I can quickly find that. This is the column, the main column, so I can just add a tab here, maybe 24. Right, yeah, so it can just push this a bit downwards. Okay, don't worry, towards the end we will fix in our navigation bar. Okay, so now we have all of this. We need to change this particular picture. So I'm gonna come over here to the home screen, and I'm gonna remove this bottom navigation, so just delete it out. Then here I'm just going to click the image, change it from assets to network. Then I will click here to say authenticated user photo URL. Then I will pick this this image to be the default image when there is no value. Alright, so this is going to be default variable value, and I upload it. So that's actually how it looks like there. Okay, so now that we have gotten that, what next? If you look at the design, when the user clicks on I feel, alright, because I can't really tell so much, when the user clicks on this, it's going to take the user to this page where the user can see other details of the of the product, right? So then from there they can go ahead and click to add to bag, all right, and that's about it. So let me see. So we can go ahead and let me see what we can do here. So let's just make it such that the user can navigate to this particular screen. All right, and let me come here. So when the user clicks on this, let's look for that. It's let's see the name of the screen, product page checkout. I've forgotten how we actually save that particular page. So but we're gonna look for it here. So we have empty cache, shop by categories, view product more. Okay, I think I called it view product more. So here you see here, this is like it shows all the different details of the product. Okay, so view product more. So this is it. And all right, so when the user clicks on that, it takes the user to this page. Now this is where you get to learn a good number of other things. Okay, so let's see. Now we have what we need to do here is all of these ones are just like ratings. We will create it very soon, but let's do a navigation to come to this screen first. Let me click on these and add an action to navigate back. Okay, then the next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to home. All right, I'm gonna go to home. When the user clicks on this or the entire part in this column, okay, let me see. Let's come here to see how it looks like. So when the user clicks on this container, maybe this one, all right. Okay, so we're going to add an action to this. So the action we're adding is going to take us to view product more. Okay, so let's come here first and see. So there's view product less, and then this one is let's see, do we have like that kind of action? Let me click to open this. Let me just delete this first. So add action on tab. Okay, okay, add action. So yeah, we don't really have any specific stuff. So I'm gonna click on this. So this is gonna be like an on tap action. So when you tap this, we're just gonna take you to the I think what we're just gonna do here is let me see, we're going to go to see, is it see more or see less? I think because over here we don't have like this is just how it looks like, right? So I think we should just go here. Let's go here. At some point maybe we'll find a way and fit this in. So we will click here and we're going to navigate the user to view more, view product more. All right, it's gonna be instant. And then now the thing is this, we want to pass the information that is being queried here. You see this list view that has been queried, want to pass that information to the other screen. So we're going to do something called, we're going to define the parameters. So I'll click here to define. It brings us here. I'm going to add a parameter. This is going to be called inventory reference. So we're going to be referencing the, why is it not allowing me right, inventory? Okay, so I think it doesn't need an underscore. So inventory ref. Now this is going to be a document reference. It's going to be required. It's going to be referencing inventory. So I'm going to click on confirm and it brings me back here. Now what I just did there is like pointing pointing a beam to the other screen, or for instance we can even say that I'm trying to connect a pipe between this particular screen and the other screen, and now that I've connected the pipe I need to pass in the fluid, turn on the valves and then pass in the fluid. So I click on that to pass and I come here to inventory document and I'm going to be passing the reference. All right, I pass the reference there. So when the user clicks on this, it takes the user to that screen. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing to these. So I'm going to copy this action. Okay, I'm going to click on this one, this new ins. I'm going to paste it. All right, it's doing the same thing. It's taking the user to that same screen. And okay, here we're going to have to find the reference inventory, and here, and there you go. Okay, so now that I have gotten that, what I need to do next is I'm just going to go ahead and let me see. I'm going to go ahead and let me see what we're going to do here. We are going to go to that next screen now. So let's go to that screen. It's called view more, view product more. All right, now we're going to catch that thing that we sent to this particular screen. Yeah, we've laid the pipe, but now it's time for us to collect the fluid, the water. So I'm going to come here, click on the scaffold of this screen, and I'm going to query it. It's going to be a different kind of query from what you're used to. It's going to be a document from request from reference kind of query. And I'm going to be querying inventory, and I'm going to pick the reference from here because this was the parameter I passed to this screen. So now I'm telling it I want to see so many details of the information I sent to this page. So now that I've done that, with this image now, I can comfortably change it from asset to network. And then I can click on this and I will see inventory document. Then I can say inventory image. All right. And that's like it. So I can come here and copy this image address and use it as a placeholder. It's always good to have a placeholder default variable value. So now it's going to show like that. This is going to be for image 2. I'm going to change from assets to network and then click here and go to inventory. We're going to do image 2 here. Then I'm going to paste this as well. And then I'm going to come here to the image 3, change from asset to network, and click here and go to inventory document image 3, and then click here and paste it. All right, so now we have all these the informations. So this is the only one that we'll see for now. Then we have the title here, so inventory name. So I'm going to click here, go to inventory document, and I'll see the inventory name. Perfect. I can click here and give it some padding of 24 in case the name is longer than this place. It can fall down here. So here for the price, this is going to be inventory price. It's going to be the inventory price. I'll change the available options to number format, then change this to custom specify format, and then check this display as currency. All right, that's fine. Now I have done this one. What we need to do next is I'm going to go ahead and then you see this place that we have reviews. All right, we are going to like set up a review. Okay, here we have a price tag, so let me click here and inventory price, number of format, customer specified format, and then check and confirm. Perfect. This says add to bags, so what I'm gonna say is gonna add to cart. Okay, so this is gonna be add to cart. Now that we have done this, we need to just go ahead and let me zoom this in so you can see. We need to, okay, this, we have a description here, so I'm gonna click this. All right, and click here and go to inventory document, inventory description. All right, that's it, that's perfect. And this one is just a text there, and this is gonna be our rating. Let's come back here to the inventory. Let's give it a rating. So rating is gonna be a double. All right, okay, and then that's a rating. So here we can just click on this, go to combine text, and then I'm going to click on inventory, scroll down, I will see rating, confirm. Then here I will just give it some space and say ratings. Now the value here will come from database. Okay, we don't have anything there, so it would just not write anything there. Okay, so in fact we can even write here default variable value. We can just say 0 0.00, 0 0.0. Okay, so that's like the value. Or better still, let's remove this and say UI builder display value. Okay, yeah, we can say 0 0.00, 0 0.00. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be like our rating if there's nothing there. So now we have this, and this is gonna be the number of reviews, so no problems, we'll do that. And so we have this information. I'm gonna just delete this column. All right, I'm gonna delete this column. We already have this as a list in a list view. So now let's create the table for reviews. So it's going to have an image, the reviewer's name, review, and then the date. So let's come here and create a table. Let's call it ratings. Okay, reviews, and we're gonna say reviews. This is gonna be the real reviews. That's a text. It's gonna be a string, and date is gonna be a date time. This is gonna, let's say seller. The person that that owns this review, seller. So this is going to be a document reference, going to be referencing a user. Okay, then we need reviewers image, okay, it's gonna be an image path. So we have reviewers name. Okay, so this is gonna be a string. I think that's about it. So we have all of this, then we have rating. Let's come here and say rating is going to be a double, I think. Yes. Okay, so this is about it, and we will come over here and then query this list view. So I'm gonna query this list view, and I'm gonna click on this, and then I'll say I'm gonna query document from reference. No, normal query. I'm querying reviews. It's a list of documents. I'm gonna add a filter, so this has to be such that the seller here is going to be equal to, we're supposed to have a detail in this form. Okay, let me just delete this first and confirm. Yeah, so let's come here to the inventory. So this in any way does not tell us the owner of this inventory, so we will say user. Okay, let's just say seller's ref, seller's ref. Okay, this is gonna be the document reference of the user. Okay, So then here, when we are doing this, we're going to do a query. We're going to click here and say that the seller in that review must be, for it to show here, must be equal to the inventory the details of the seller's ref in the inventory document. So like this, we confirm. We have an error here. Rating bar with the current configuration will not function when generated dynamically at the moment because it is associated with a local state variable. Consider wrapping it inside of a component and then generate the components dynamically. Okay, so there's an error here. Inside of a component and then generate the component dynamically. Okay, let me click on the rating and see how do I put an information inside the rating. Initial rating. So if I change this to 2, okay. So okay, so this is actually going to be let's come back here to where we have reviews. Rating is going to be an integer, so I'm going to say rating is going to be an integer. Okay, and here we can click here and say initial rating. I think this is just gonna show it. Yeah, but the user can like click to, let's see, click on this and say inventory document rating. Yeah, but this doesn't take off the arrow, so we still have the arrow. Rating bar widget with the current configuration will not function properly when generated dynamically. Okay, when generated dynamically, so consider wrapping it inside of a component and then generate the component dynamically. Okay, so I don't know if I click on this and wrap this inside. I cannot wrap root widget. Wrap inside a container. Will it fix that particular error? For some reason it doesn't fix the error either. Okay, so we have issues with these rating. Let's just read through it again. Consider wrapping it inside of a component and then generate the component. Oh, I'm gonna wrap it inside of a component and then generate the component dynamically. Okay, so how best do I do this? Okay, so before we continue, actually, I'm just gonna take off this. We will have to come back and face this like on its own, right? So let's leave this because I have to like, fix some other things. So let me click here and bring in the image. This is going to be from inventory document image. Then let's try to copy this placeholder image and bring it here. So confirm, and then here is going to be the name of the person rating, the name of the person doing the giving us the, oh, I think I've been mixing it up. Reviews document, reviewer's name. Okay, this is supposed to be let's go back here. Review as image. Yes, review as image, please. Okay, and then here is going to be the text. Review document reviews, that's the text itself. And then here for this one is going to be, I'm going to click on this and say reviews document date. We're going to do date time format and we're going to say relative time. Confirm. So it's going to be relative time. So here I'm going to click on my column and let's look at the design here. I can see here that there's some sort of space here. It's 12, so I'm going to add and give it 12 here. All right, this is fine. Okay, so I think that's about it. Right now I have successfully added this review part to our design. Yeah, and I think that's about it. So I can come over here to my inventory. This is like ratings, so we can say here reviews. So reviews is gonna be like a normal integer, and we're going to put that here where we have the number of reviews. So I'm gonna click here, and I'm going to click here and add a combined text. Click here, inventory document, and say reviews, and then here I'm gonna say reviews. All right, so that way we have these things coming dynamically. All right, so that's so far what we can do in this particular part of the video. I hope that you've learned a whole lot, and we will try to see how we can test all of these in the next part of the video, or should I say when we have finally created the reviews. Okay. All right, so because these reviews are supposed to be done dynamically, not just this, so I'm just fixing it in place. We will check all of these as we go on in the tutorial. See you in another part of our video. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're just going to continue building our application. Meanwhile, our debug session has expired, so I'm just going to click on a new session so that we can be testing it as we keep building the application. Alright, so let's look at it and see what we have to do to complete the application. Let me see, I'm gonna have to switch this to the network just so that I can have things running a little bit faster. Okay, so let's come back here. So we did this in the previous part of the video, and now we're just going to try to continue from where we stopped. So I just wanted to be sure that this has already started loading so that we can be sure that we have our debug session loading up. Okay, yeah, this is working. All right, so we have walked to this particular point, and let's just look at this screen a little bit more. So we have small, medium, and large. Okay, then the color, we have the color here is not like this, so I don't know what we can use here. The color here could be something else. I don't know what colors we can put here, so we can say white. All right, so white, yellow, and black. Okay, so we're just black. Okay, white, yellow, black. So we just have like that option there, and this is like the quantity we want to purchase. All right, and so what we need to do now is we need to go ahead and just implement our cart functionality. So let's work on the cart. I'm going to go ahead and click on this part here. I'm gonna click on the Firestore, and I'm gonna create another table. So I'm gonna create another table called cart, and in this cart I am going to create the schema. So here is going to, let's go back and look at what we have here. Let's come back here. So our cart is just going to carry like this. Okay, so the image of the product, we're just basically just creating the product. Okay, because let me see where we have orders. Order placed successfully. Do we have a screen that sees orders? Okay, so see order details. Well, we don't have it here, but we will create it eventually, but in this design we don't have it. Okay, so but in this case I just want to pick the image and then the price. Let's pick them at once. So let's say inventory image, inventory name, so what we are buying. Let me copy this inventory name, and we're gonna say inventory image. All right, let me paste it again. Inventory image. This is gonna be an image path. Check. This is going to be inventory color. All right, color. This is gonna be we can just make it a string. Yes. Name cannot be empty. Okay, so image color string, and a data type must be selected. I did select a data type, string. Okay, then this is gonna be inventory size, string. Okay, name cannot be empty. I think it's just my network not allowing it work properly. Inventory size. Okay, so what else do we have? We have size, inventory price, and inventory price. Okay, so let's come back here and say inventory price. This is going to be inventory price. This is going to be double. And let's see again. I think that's about it. We will just keep adding things depending on what we're missing and what we're getting. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I'm trying to figure out what to do here. So either click on this. Initially, like I think later on we're going to upgrade the application where you get to see us like implement these exact way it is in the UI, right? But for this particular stage, we're just using normal text as the colors. Eventually, we're going to upgrade this. I will show you how to achieve that. Okay, so inventory price, size, color. Let's call this. This is gonna be the seller's ref. I need to know the name of the person that owns the product. So seller's ref. This is gonna be document reference, referencing the users. Okay, and let's say date. All right, so this is gonna be the date, date time, date, and check. So okay, I think this is not working the way I want. Let me just do an instant reload please. All right, so we're gonna wait for it to reload up. Okay, so we have this, and let's see what we can do out of this. Okay, so we have all of that, and this is the quantity. So why is it plus here and minus here? Anyways, arrangement doesn't matter. So let's say quantity. So we want a situation whereby let's come here and add another one. So here is going to be quantity, the quantity the user wants to buy. Quantity. Okay, quantity is gonna be integer. Check. Okay, so now the user clicks on this number is gonna have to change and increase. Okay, so that's like the idea, and I think that's about it. Then this one is to reduce it. So how do we do that? And it has to be dynamically. Okay, what we can do is we can go ahead and we can come here to the page state, the page. So we can create a page state called product quantity, product QTY, and this is going to be an integer. All right, and it's going to initial value is just going to be 0. Okay, so we will click here, and then yeah, I've saved up that now. So when the user clicks on this, we're going to do like an update of the page state. So I'm going to click to add an action here, add action. I'm going to come to where we have state management, update page state. I'm going to look, it says a product quantity is going to have to increment by 1. Okay, so it incremented by 1. And I'm going to copy the action here and click to paste it on this one. Paste it here. This is going to be a decrement. All right, so I would just say -1. Okay, then the value here will be changing, so I'm going to change the value here. I'll click here and say page state. I'll select the value here. Okay, like that. It needs an initial value, so we'll say 0. Initial value 0, so like that. Okay, so this is basically what we needed to do, and now we have done that. Then before we progress, let's make it such that when the user clicks on this add to cart, right? The user clicks on add to cart, we want to create an action, like create an action. The action is going to be a backend database action. It's going to be a Firestore action to create a document. So we're creating a document, creating a document in the collection called cart, and we're adding all the fields. So the inventory name, we're going to select the inventory name from what appears here on the screen. So here is we're gonna change it from specific to from variable, and we will click here and go to the inventory document and pick the inventory name like that. So I'll close this. We'll go to the next one, inventory image, change from specific to from variable. I'll click this, go to inventory document, inventory image. Then I'll close this, go to another one. I go to where is it? We come here to specific value from variable. This is inventory color. So inventory color is going to come from what is being selected here. So let me rename this. This is gonna be color. All right. Then this is gonna be size. Okay. And then so when the user clicks on add a cart, inventory color, I'm gonna say from variable. And if we come to the widget state, we will see color. So whatever value was there on the color will be stored there. And then here is going to be inventory size, change from specific to from variable. And then I'll have inventory document. We will say, no, not here. We will go to the widget state, and then we will say size. Okay. Then inventory price, I'm going to click here, change from specific to from variable. Click here and go to inventory document and pick inventory price. And then I'll come to this one that says seller's ref. I'll click here, go to inventory document, and I'll pick this thing that says seller's ref. Okay. Now that I have done that, the next thing that I need to do is going to be quite simple. I'm going to go ahead and add the date. The date is going to come from Firestore server timestamp. Then the quantity here is going to come from the value of the page state, the final value of the page state quantity. Okay. All right. Then what else? I think that's about it. Yeah, that's all of it. So after the user clicks on this, it creates a document, and then the user is supposed to be taken to another screen. From here, you go to the cart page. Well, not necessarily, but I think when you say add to cart, it should take you here. All right. Then I think we should have a button that says continue shopping. Okay, it doesn't necessarily need to take you to the cart. So what we can do here is, let me see. Let's add an action to this. So when the user clicks on, like, completes this, we're going to add an action. It's going to be a snack bar action so that we can know that item added to the cart successfully. So like this. All right, so this is now added to the cart successfully. I'm gonna come here and reduce this duration to 2 seconds, and this is going to be, let's come here and pick the color that we're using here. I'm gonna click this to dissociate it and copy this and come back here and paste it here. Background color is gonna be this one, and then the text color is going to be secondary background, that's white. All right, so that's about it. It's been added, and the user clicks here and goes back. That's fine. So now what we need to do again is going to be let's come back here to our application. This is our application. So I'm going to come here to the CMS, refresh the CMS. I want to add, right now we are just we're using the CMS to do most of our, like, creating some basic stuff. So I don't know, that's taking some time to load, so I'm gonna switch it back to this. Okay, so yeah, I switched it back to that. It should load up so I can see what we are creating. Trying to reload this, but it's not giving me what I want. Okay, so all right, it's not working. So let's see. Let me bring it back to this. Okay, I don't know why we are having, it's not loading as I should have it. I think I would just turn on a VPN. It might just help me get some things working a bit faster. Hopefully it doesn't slow down my network. Let me see, does that work for me? Okay, yeah, it does work. Okay, so yeah, I turned that up, and okay, yeah, the VPN worked. Okay, so so here I have let's see, in my inventory I have a couple of things, right? So here, as you can see, I added all of these things here. I have something here that says seller's document reference, so I need to have like a document reference here. So I'm gonna come over here and I'm going to copy this document reference. I'm gonna copy this document reference. Alright, then I'm going to come back here and say users slash these. I'm gonna copy all of these now and update the document. I've updated that one. Let's update this one. Update this one. So then update this one. Yeah, so that when we are creating all of that, we can have access to the information we need. And then here on this one. Okay, I think we have created for all of them. All right, so that's about it. I have done for that, and now we're good to go for real. So if we come here and just do an instant reload, wait for a couple of seconds, we should have our application loading properly, so we can actually just like taste it. So I just want to see how the application looks with regards to the latest configuration that we have added to it. So we've added a couple of things here. So before we continue, I want to do something really nice and real quick. If we come here to the home screen, okay, and when the user clicks here, the user should be taken to the cart. So I'm gonna search to take the user to the cart. We're gonna say an instant direction navigation, and here on this stuff, we want a situation whereby if there is an item added here, some sort of number should be written here. So let me come here and look at how this particular place was created. We have container. I wanted to just have some sort of number around there. So I'm going to right click and wrap the widget in a stack. All right. And then I'm going to add in a text. That text is going to be just a number like this. Okay. So this number is actually going to be bold, and it's going to be white. Nope, not white. Maybe black actually. Or what would I prefer? Okay, so I think this one. Yeah, so let's use that particular one, that kind of color. I'm gonna push it a bit. Push it, let's say 40. That's too much. Let's say 35. And from the top, let's say 12. No, too much. I'm gonna click on this container, and can I give this container some padding of 12? No, let's say 6. Then click on this and make it 30. Alright, so something like that. So I don't know if this actually really does help. Yeah, but there was no UI for that, so I can't really tell the best way to do it. So preferably should we just put it on the, I don't know. So but anyways, that's like it. We just have like a number there. It's not the best of designs. I think later on I can change the UI, but at least let's have the functionality. So what will this thing do for us? I'm gonna click on the container here, maybe not even the container. I'm gonna click on the stack, all right, the main stack, and I'm going to query the cart collection. I'm gonna query the cart collection, but I will be doing a count, okay, and I'm gonna do a filter. The cat is going to the okay, what I did here was seller's ref. The the buyer's ref, I didn't do it, so let's come over here and add something else. So say buyer's rev. Okay, that means the person buying this, the person that is adding this. We can also say user ref, but let's just say like buyer's ref, document reference, and users, and that's it. So this way I can do a query, um, checking the cats, checking the counts of the cat, and then filtering it by saying that the buyer's ref must be equal to the authenticated user ref. Okay, so I want to see the number of items that have been added in my own cart as a user. So now after I've done that, I can click on these, and say count, and that way I can have it. But okay, this is showing it's pushing things away from me. So what I need to do is I can go ahead and click on, let me click on this and add it in a combined text. All right, then just pick up my count and do like this. That way I can have it on top like this. So yeah, this is it. It just is gonna just show there for me the number of items that I have. So here I will just go ahead and do a reload, and then since there's nothing, it's just gonna show. Okay, so if there's nothing, let's make it show something. Default variable value 0. Okay, so it's just gonna show 0. Yes, UI builder display value 0 as well. Okay, so like that. So let me quickly do an instant reload here so we can like see how it works. Now that way we can now successfully, I just wanted us to check that out. While we're waiting for that to work, there's one more thing we need to do. Let's go to that carts page and do some basic setup. If I click here to add an action to navigate back, okay, that's it. And then this one now, I'm gonna delete this row because this thing is supposed to come from the database. So I'm gonna click on these, and then I will say I will click here to add a query, to query the collection called cart, and it's going to filter the collection showing only the one that the buyer's ref is equal to the authenticated user reference. Okay, that's like the idea. And I can come over here, click on the widget tree, click on the container, add some padding here like 12 to push it down a bit. Then now I can add the images. So I can change it from assets to network, and then click here to put the inventory image. Now I have to, pick a default variable value, and I'm gonna put it here, then confirm. Then here I'm gonna put it as the name of the inventory, cat's inventory name. Then this one is going to be the inventory price, number format, custom specify format, display as currency, check. And then here in this part, we're going to still do something from database. So the size here is going to come from the cut document for inventory size. Okay, no, I'm not going to do like that. I'm going to put it inside a combined text just so that it can be properly arranged. So I'm going to click there and say cart inventory size, check. Okay, that way it still shows like this. And then here on the lemon side, the color, we'll come to combine text and say cart documents color, and check. Okay, so that way everything is still arranged correctly for me, and that's about it. So I have this and I have the image. So I think we need to change something. Let's come to where we have the cart. Where do we have the cart? Where is it? Okay, so I think this is where we have the cart. So I think this item has some padding from here, 8. So we have to add a padding here. I would prefer to add 12. Yeah, so push it a bit like that. Okay, so this way we have it arranged a bit, and then we have this. I'm gonna remove these and make it 40. Just even totally remove it. Okay, so we have this. Let me see what else is there that is not allowing me see everything. So we have a checkout button, and I'm just gonna click on the screen and say scrollable, so I can scroll down and see what is inside here. Alright, so here shipping cost and all of these total. So well, I will show you how we can do all of this, but not in this particular part of the course. So I just wanted us to see how it looks like first. So I click to check out. I just wanted us to be able to observe the cart. So right now we have done this. What we need to do next is check out how it looks like. So let me do an instant reload. If you observe, for some reason everything is being scattered a bit. I think it didn't load properly. Yeah, it didn't load properly because if I come back here to home, everything is still okay. It just didn't load properly. I don't know what's wrong with I think it just has to be my network. Okay, so let's see how it looks like, because I'm just waiting for these to load up so we can see how it looks out. Okay, so but so far we have done something remarkable. Okay, now it's just bringing me here. It's just, I don't know why we have these here now. I don't know why we have this here. I don't know why we have this here, because this is where we have it here, and for some reason we have it what we did differently is just this stack. Okay, and we added these, and so this is the only thing that we added, and for some reason it's not showing properly anymore. Okay, so what do we do here? I think should I just like reduce this and say, okay, I'm gonna do like this. I'm going to right click. I'm gonna wrap this particular one. I'm just gonna redo the UI a bit. Okay, then I will bring this text and click on this. It didn't allow me put up that row. Okay, so this, I want to wrap this in a row. Okay, and then in the row I'm gonna have a text. The text is going to say in bracket 1, yeah, like this. And so we can click on this. I want to be able to like pick up what we have here. I'm going to just like copy the variable, click here, and paste it. Okay, so that's like it. Okay, so now that works actually, but not the way I wanted. So let's put this here. No, we're putting this here, and we're gonna drag this down, and then we click and put this here. So this way it shows. We don't have to really put this actually. Okay, we can put default variable 0 and confirm, but for some reason it's still not showing me. I want to see how it looks like. Okay, yeah, this is it. It shows like this. Okay, it's gonna put it in like that in the bracket for me. This is this is actually like an image. Okay, so let me come over here. This is a drop down, and it's okay. All of this is in there. Okay, so I'm gonna cut these. I'm going to click on this and copy the query that I did on this. Just cut it out, and then I'm gonna paste it on this container. Okay, then I'm going to cut this container out of here, click this and delete the stack that I brought in that time, and then paste this. Okay, so now I still have all of these like this. The only thing is that it's pretty much it's not giving me the vibe that I wanted, like, because I have this image here. This image, I'm gonna reduce it to like 10 and 10. No, doesn't make sense. Okay, so 16 it is. Okay, so then maybe this one I can reduce the size to 12. Yeah, will that work? I think so. Okay, maybe 10. Alright, so click on this and then come over here. I want to copy. Okay, I used the default image there. Let's come here to where we have these, and I'll just pick this particular. Yeah, so like this. So let me come back here to the test mode. Oh, this has expired actually. So I'm going to click to do a new session, but we're going to continue this particular part of the video in the next one. Okay, see you soon.